Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Classic Championship Series. We have a phenomenal lower bracket match for you. My name is Thunder. This is Oshi. But first, Oshi, we do have some wonderful announcements to make. We have just recently had the voting conclude for our All Stars for Wednesday, and
Yep.
there's some things that I was surprised about, some things not so much. And let's go ahead and get them pulled up, and we can start talking about them.
Yeah, the biggest thing that you're going to notice here, take a look at this team. They're going to look incredibly familiar to anybody who's been watching the CCS because, yes, that is in fact 4 members of Dog on that team right there. And then
Yeah.
also from Frozen, from ID Frozen, bringing in the top lane. Uh, I mean, what a team, right? Like you take a look at
Mhm.
Hoshiumi and Joker in the bot lane. This entire season, they've been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Hypnotic Scruff, Stunna obviously carrying themselves as well as far as the team has gotten into our lower bracket right now. And then Elsa Frozen. I mean, I feel kind of bad because you're the odd one out. You kind of feel for Dog's top laner as well in that regard. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, I didn't make it. What happened?
Yeah. Did
But
didn't quite
I
get the
mean,
full house, but you
yeah,
can't be mad. For all five made it at least in top two of all pro,
yeah,
let alone top three. But again, you said it, Joker and Hoshiumi, absolutely phenomenal performance. Joker even, going and winning in our or in our Diamond League a few weeks ago, coming in and helping dominate in our Plat League on Wednesdays, and it's just that's just generally been the story, is domination. But we do see,
yeah.
a couple of other odd members sneaking in there, also from Frozen, from IDF, Vexrax, from KFC, and then of course, one of the teams that we are featuring tonight, CB Rush, filling in a few of those second spots for our all-pro. Hunter Wolfsteel, Rutledge, and Glacial. We'll say, one of their supports will unfortunately not be able to be on the list. But I will say,
Mhm.
I'm not going to say that Pip was snubbed out of a top two slot, but Pip is there, it's sitting in third place. You can't see it on this screen, but never fear, CB Rush just one step behind Dorado Gaming Omega, as they are right now. If they win tonight up against the other team out of Group B, Omega Gaming Obsidian, then CB Rush, they get to rematch against Dorado, and we get to see whether or not this All Pro voting was correct. It is technically for regular season, but we get to see them duke it out. But then, of course, we do also have our Group B All Pros. Let's go ahead and take a look here. And again, I don't think this comes as much of a surprise.
No. Now, that being said, doesn't come as much a surprise until it does, right? So the biggest thing that we pointed out is Dorado Gaming Omega. Like we said, all 5 members made top
Hmm.
two. In this side, you'll notice 3 hard hat zone players in
Right?
the number 1 slots for the relative position. Llama bringing up number 2 for the jungler, and then Epic Fail Guy bringing up
Yeah.
the number 2
Hey,
for the
retroflexion again.
ADC slot.
Hey, look, that third seed, it didn't get featured on the graphic, but retroflexion
Mm-mm.
was still in that third spot for our All Pro.
Yeah, exactly. So once again, you see exactly what you would expect in terms of what we've seen throughout the season, right?
Hmm.
Where you have almost all of one team, almost all of the other team being the best in slot for themselves throughout the entire league, which really shows why these teams are where they are, right? Yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
hard hat zone. How many people expected hard hat zone to just clean house throughout the entire season? And they've been met with a whole lot of resistance, don't get me
Right.
wrong, but seeing 3 of the 5 in the top of their slots is predictable, to say the least.
Yes. Absolutely. And of course, Omega Gaming, Obsidian, Delilah, King Civil, some baller performances. Demo in the mid lane has been great as well. Cool
Mhm.
Crab, of course. Again, this is just, we now have, this is one of our other teams tonight that is featured. They're still alive in playoffs. So, I'm not saying that playoffs might have had a little bit of an inkling. It's kind of what came first, the chicken or the egg. Obviously, Hard Hat Zone, they did well, but they were taken out by CB Rush in the lower bracket. And Omega Gaming Obsidian, they're going to have to defend their Group B brethren. Otherwise, it's going to be an all Group A finals in the winners finals next week. But now let's go ahead and come back and talk about the matchup a little bit before we get into
Yeah.
draft, which will be starting shortly. Again, it is CB Rush versus Omega Gaming Obsidian. CB Rush didn't have to play last week. We had a little bit, if you were paying attention to the CCS, they got let's just call it a clean 3-0. They took care of business.
Yep.
Everything was done. They do have to have a new support in slot coach pizza, aka couch pizza. If you're redacted, you know how it goes. But I will say, Coach Pizza was the one that came in for the Hard Hat Zone series, and CB Rush in the series that we have seen them looked like a new beast in this lower bracket.
Yeah, without question. It's been an absolute powerhouse for them all the way through this lower bracket so far. And this is definitely going to be a significant challenge. It is a hurdle, to say the least, right? But that can go both ways.
Right.
The biggest thing that I really want to draw attention to here is the overall rankings, because obviously these players play a significant amount of ranked throughout the season. They climb a significant amount as it goes on. I mean, sorry, I've got things blocking my screen right now as we prep in for the draft. My apologies on that. So you just, oh my God, everything just keeps going wrong.
It's okay, but I understand what you are saying.
What I was trying to say on the side of Omega Gaming, of Omega Gaming Obsidian here. You take a look at Delilah, you take a look at King Civil, you take a look at Cool Crab. All of them have hit Diamond this season, and even in the case of Cool Crab, has climbed to Diamond 2, right? Sitting in the top ranks of even compared to our Diamond weekly. Right there in terms of normal individual ranked. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, you're looking at Plat 2, Plat 1, one single Diamond 4 sitting on Coach Pizza right now. Now, naturally, you already brought it up. Coach Pizza has been an absolute turning point for this team. However, that'll put a bit of fear in your heart, right?
It definitely can, but it's also, CB Rush, they're not opposed to punching up. Again, I mean, even in the series that, are clean 3-0 last week, I think plenty of people honestly might have even predicted CB Rush to topple Moonstone, who is quite a strong team. Hard Hat Zone have multiple Diamond members. CB Rush were able to take them down. So they have the firepower to do it. Absolutely. Pip is, I expect our top lane is going to be pretty quiet, but our mid and bot lanes are going to be absolutely explosive for CB Rush. On the other side, though, for Omega Gaming Obsidian, they're coming off of a 5-game banger against the other Omega team, Dorado Gaming Omega. And again, that was great until all of a sudden it wasn't. I expect, Oshi, that we're not going to see Heimerdinger singed solo lanes. Probably, because that seemed to be what just took Omega Gaming Obsidian down. Because otherwise, they seem to be doing really well. And Delilah, especially when lanes had push and when, when her solo laners were doing well, she just carried the game. So I think honestly, if we see the Omega Gaming Obsidian that we know we can see, I feel like CB Rush might need to be a little scared.
The Omega Gaming Obsidian trigger point it varies, and it's in each individual player, but really what they succeed at is getting that one player that big lead and transferring it to everybody else, and they're incredible at that. And that is something that a significant number of teams struggle with, all the way from bronze all the way up to the pros. I mean, you can watch pros all the time and see one player get a huge lead and then not transfer to a game victory. On the other side of things, though, CB Rush is the team hazard, right?
Yes.
All for one for all the time. They don't just win a single lane. They win the whole map simultaneously.
Yep. They just have, again, they have the firepower that can absolutely do it. But we are getting into the picks and bans. Now we are seeing Graves and Gangplank taken away by CB Rush, and the MF so far has been banned by OGO. We're gonna have to see what these bans do. I will say something has just happened to the lobby. We'll keep you updated as the draft continues. Hopefully we don't see any misses here. But honestly, I'm not surprised we see the Gangplank ban, especially up against Sauter.
Yeah, I mean, Gangplank's been a staple pick ban in the entire season so far, and especially since we hit the bracket phase. Just devastating, right? Even if Gangplank falls behind, all you need is 2 items and 1 lucky crit on those barrels, and the whole team fight's over. We saw team fights get turned from over a wall by a barrel just getting placed in the right spot, and then on the other side of the wall, 2 kills right off the bat right there. It's very easy to turn a game with that champion. Same to be said with Misfortune, same reason we saw the ban. The Hecarim ban is something that is rather specific to CB Rush, I dare say. Right? It's not something that we have seen be particularly threatening in any other point with any other team or in anybody else's hands. So seeing it come out here, the Seraphine Again, very typical, except for last week, hilariously enough, where there was no Seraphine bans and no Seraphine picks because neither team cared to prioritize her.
Yeah, and it has continued to be a dominant force overall throughout all of amateur. If you watch literally anything, Seraphine is the queen of amateur right now. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying she deserves it. I'm a Skarner fan, but it, Seraphine, people. She's a pop singer. She gets animated a lot. She's basically the main character of League of Legends right now. What can you do? That being said, Tristana has been banned, and Wukong is the first to get picked up for most likely Hunter Wolf's team.
Most likely. In the CCS, we never like to make a solid guess as to who's going where until we have all 5 and the game has started.
Yes,
we don't know until then. So, but yeah, Wukong, incredibly stable pick, great damage, great CC. Honestly, the change to Wukong's W that we saw in this season is the reason that he's played. Right? Without the ability to hop walls with that W, he was just another CC bot, really not anything special. That being said, though, the Diana coming out on the other side.
Yeah, Delilah, this is absolutely a phenomenal pick for Delilah. They've carried on it. They've put in a ton of work on it. Again, this is a jungler you can absolutely carry on. We'll have to see, what these solo lanes still are, because again, I felt like we were memed a little bit last time, but that is the Maokai pickup. All right, Oshi? We never know. Maokai can fill 4 roles right now. Where's he going?
Here's the thing. What have we seen from Maokai so far that has been impressive in any game that they've been played in? Anything?
Not a lot.
Right? Like
I'm being honest.
It's kind of it's not a very stirring, confidence boosting pick for me.
Right.
Like I understand the premise of it. If you play it support, I can get behind it because you've got the roots, you've got the knock up, you've got the ward ability with the saplings in the bush and the extra time. It doesn't bring a whole lot that an Alistair wouldn't also bring, for example. It's
now, I will say we did praise a Maokai previously in the support position last week. I can't quite remember. I'll need to go back and look. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain they did because of, and this is something that we were talking about a lot, Oshi, is vision control, right?
Oh, you are correct.
Give you a ton of vision. Yeah. So again, it hasn't been the most impressive, at least outside of the support position. I think we saw a Maokai top didn't do too well. We might have saw a Maokai jungle as well. Maokai support, though, being able to roam, getting that additional vision is quite good. But we now have the Coach Pizza and Glacial bot lane, Taric, and I completely forgot her name. Nyla, that's it. I remembered her ultimate, and I was like, "What's the ultimate? What's the character's name of this ultimate?" But no, this is one of the 2 champions that Coach Pizza played in their series against Hard Hat Zone. Performed phenomenally on it. Taric Nyla is a phenomenal bot lane. You love the additional levels with the Taric, and the response for the side of OGO is the Sivir. I'm assuming then that this is going to be a Sivir Maokai bot lane.
Sivir Maokai bot lane, I love. I think it's incredible. Sivir very much a champion that can take care of her own, and as you mentioned, the roaming Maokai is really the advantage. You get all that bonus vision. That's really the strengths that we saw coming out of the Tree Man himself. So Sivir not just being able to handle herself in lane, but being able to push the entire lane continuously. Also bodes very well for being able to harass with saplings, for example. If you choose to use them in a more aggressive manner, you push under tower, there's no minions for the saplings to go into. You can either use the minions or the saplings to try and kind of zone off Nyla from a little bit of farm, or just get some easy base damage down, force Taric to use a bunch of healing, lower himself in mana. On the grounds of all of that, though, we do actually see a support ban coming out. The Rakan is dropped. 2 huge top lane bans, 2 of my favorite champions to see in this game right now. Ornn and Mordekaiser going down. I expect to see a top lane ban encounter from CB Rush here, but I mean, I guess the Aatrox is about the only other thing that I would ban. Okay, they definitely don't think this Maokai is going support.
That is an interesting read. Again, we saw it do pretty well in support last week. I think Maokai support is still pretty good, because again, all the other buffs to it, like, it's not like they hurt support, but never mind, that's a Janna pickup. Janna, Sivir, Oshi, tell me about what this bot lane does. Talk about OG.
Zoom. If I'm gonna put it simply, this bot lane moves fast.
Yeah.
It's incredibly linear, right? It's a
Hmm.
very traditional bot lane. It's one that you'll see played at all levels, and you'll have been seeing this lane played for 8, 9 seasons now, right?
Right.
Uh, Janna is generally a very back of the line type of support, can definitely be up there and harass as well, and it's probably what we're going to see in this matchup. However, the shield, the ultimate, and the passive move speed that she gives as well are all things that are incredibly beneficial for Sivir. Um,
Right.
that's enough about that though, because we have an R.
Yes, we have the top laner locked in for CB Rush. They saved their solo laners as long as they could to see what they could pick off from OGO. It's the Gnar and the Silas, and I mean, honestly, you're not too sad about this. You can get Thrill of the Hunt, you can get Monsoon, you can get Nature's Wrath, or you can get the Moonfall. They're all pretty good ultimates, but this last one we'll have to see if OGO want to pull through. But I mean, if you're CB Rush, this is like this, they're going to the Olympics, Oshi. They're winning the gold medal in the diving
Ooh.
event, and that's a Xerath in response. I mean, hey, this is a dive comp versus a putting up the fence and walking 10 miles away comp, I think.
Yeah, it's a very heavy poke comp on the side of OGO without
Hmm.
entirely like it's a very very counter engage poke comp. That's the
Right.
overall design of it, right? You're gonna have the Sivir with the boomerangs who's gonna hard push you in. The Janna tornadoes are gonna make everything annoying. I'm assuming we're gonna see Glacial Augment come out on the Janna as well.
Hmm.
Incredibly useful with those tornadoes. Xerath is Xerath is Xerath. You're just gonna see everything thrown as quickly as possible on cooldown there. Even Diana has a bit of poke. The Maokai has a bit of poke. Obviously going to be Maokai top lane, so probably going to be dealing a little more damage than what you would see in the Maokai support situation
Right.
against, as you said, the dive comp, the dive of the diviest comp. Nar being able to come in from everywhere. Wukong having not just the stealth to get in, but also the monkey dive on the E as well. Silas being
Right.
one of the best dive characters there is. Even Nyla dashes in there, gets the apotheosis down. Tark keeping everyone invincible the entire time. But none of them can dodge CC, which is
Right.
where the monsoon and the moonfall and the roots come in.
Hmm.
So it's really going to come down to execution in the absolute, under the assumption OGO ever finds themselves in a siege situation.
Right. And I guess we'll potentially see. I think this will be one of the big ones. We talk about this a lot, but when it comes to objective control, who gets to the objectives first? I think we'll see some major push and pull there. I mean, like when you're looking at these two comps, I mean, obviously it's generally better for everybody to get to the objective first. You like setting up around the dragon, you like being able to set up around the herald. But I guess Oshi, if for you, would you rather be the team that can just keep disengaging and keep pushing back if the other team wants to try to come into the pit, so you can essentially put wall up, get people to stay away, or would you like to be able to have that quick turn and an explosive team fight in response to people trying to walk into you?
If it wasn't a Diana on the side of Omega, I would almost always take the poke people out while Dragon's being taken, right? If you
Right.
had someone who can solo Drake without taking much damage, like a Trundle, for example, 9 times
Mhm.
out of 10, that's what I would take.
Right.
So I don't have the code to get in.
No, it's just the same code, Hoshi. But besides that, I'm
Uh,
Trundle, Diana. It's an interesting decision. I think honestly, if you're Delilah, you probably like being you like being on the Delilah, Diana. That's not going to get confusing at all, especially not with the Moonfall and Apotheosis basically doing the exact same thing. But I think that's another thing to note. Delilah on the Diana will be bulkier. Will be able to go in with the Moonfall. If you're glacial on the Nyla, it's going to be a little bit more dangerous for you to go in with what is otherwise a very good engaged ultimate with that apotheosis. So I think with the kind of dive buddies, it's probably a little bit more helpful. Delilah is kind of going to be on their own if they do
mhm.
choose to hit that go button, which we see them do a lot.
Yeah, and that's really why I was saying it's significantly more of a counter engage
Right.
situation, right? Where they're going to be poking out until eventually CB Rush says, "That's it, enough,
Hmm.
we're going hard." And in that situation, that's when Diana has to be the one that makes the big turn, right?
Right.
Before the engage happens, or when they're trying to engage, that's when you're going to see the Maokai ult come down,
Hmm.
right? Under the assumption that they continue trying to engage beyond that. Janna is solely responsible for keeping everybody off of the back line, while Sivir, I'm assuming Sivir is going to build to fight front to back. That's going to be the best
Right.
way to do it, right? You're going to want the Kraken Slayer in there, and then probably IE into Phantom Dancer, something along those lines, maybe a
Yep.
Hurricane. Meanwhile, Diana is going to be the one who has to get into the other team. She's a sacrificial lamb in its entirety, and basically has to try and interrupt the Gnar hopping in and
Hmm.
keep Nyla back there while the Sivir and the Xerath take care of Silas Wukong. And I don't have high hopes when you say it that the way that I just did, but that is the hope.
Yeah, and so and again, I think that is something notable that you mentioned is keep the Nyla from getting in. That's the ADC, and that's the most range on the team composition. I mean, unless you're talking about mini Gnar. So
Maybe Gnar.
CB Rush range advantage, I think definitely goes to OG. Oh, that Nyla again. The whip can get extended. It can have a fairly decent range, but you're gonna have to get in there. You're gonna have to get face to face. You're gonna have to be ready for that scrap. Now, Oshi, I do want to ask. Is there any world that anything crazy happens with this draft? It feels surprisingly normal. The Maokai's
Yeah.
already locked in for top. I think that kind of
Yeah.
locks it in for us. I mean, honestly, the CB Rush, it's not that they do anything too crazy. They play pretty standard, but for OGO, I think I like I think I like Maokai Xerath solo lanes a little bit better than the Heimerdinger Singe.
I mean, Heimerdinger is not a bad champion. It's just super situational, right?
Right.
You can pick him in the right situations where you're going to be heavy sieging constantly, or you're going to have a bunch, you're going to have a jungler that's incredibly tanky, and
Mhm.
you're going to be, two-manning Baron at 20 minutes, that
Right.
kind of stuff. But yes, I one of the things we talked about the last time we saw Mega Gaming Obsidian playing was if they can stick to more traditional compositions. They fare incredibly well when they play them.
Mhm.
And overall, we thought that they would do significantly better if they just kind of put the fun stuff aside for 1 or 2 games,
Right.
get yourself a lead, get it out of your system. Go ahead. As long as a 3-1 is still a win, right? Just
Yes.
get to the
Exactly.
2-0 first.
Yes, exactly. You got to give them one game just to make sure that they're not completely crushed and
Yeah.
shattered. So they'll stay in the league and you can beat them next time as well. But that being said, teams are locked in. No major surprises. It feels like forever since we haven't had an absolute just giga banger draft. But the teams have decided what they want to play, how they are going to play, and if you want help, Oshi, deciding how you should play and improving your gameplay, where should you go?
Twitter.com/Oshidash.
That's certainly that is certainly one place. Absolute heaters coming out of this man every day on the Bird app. But you can also go and check out our wonderful sponsor, Pro Comps, an all-in-one drafting tool for players and coaches alike for casual and competitive play. Will help you on your drafting, your matchup analysis, your picks, your bans, your opponent's win conditions, and how you can beat them. You can use the code CCS for 50% off at checkout the next time you would like to go and check out our sponsor. Click the link down below or in the chat. Pro Comps can absolutely help you be a better gamer. But we're going to have to see who is the better gamer of these 10 members here in the lobby. We'll be getting into game number 1 in just a minute. It's a best of 5, so be prepared to stick around. Hello, everybody. Apologies for the long break there. We were just having some discussions between the teams about a few things, and we are back in action. This is CB Rush versus Omega Gaming Obsidian. Omega Gaming Obsidian is on the red side. CB Rush is on the blue. Oshi, what do you notice? I mean, we got a 5-point fan here. Honestly, this is the most standard thing that we've seen all playoffs.
Absolutely everything you hear is like teleport on both top laners, teleport on both mid laners, flash smite on both junglers, flash exhaust on both supports. Literally the only variation is a ghost on Glacial versus a cleanse on King Civil, both of which I thoroughly respect. I mean, we were talking about the importance of keeping the Nyla out of the team fight so that the Apotheosis is not as useful. At the same time, King Civil not getting caught, incredibly important as well. But the thing to note about Cleanse is it does not stop knockups, which means the knockback from Gnar isn't going to do anything for that. It will reduce the stun if they get hit into a wall. Knock up from the Monkey, doing absolutely nothing to that. The knock up from Rutledge, doing absolutely nothing about that. So it has some uses, but it's not as useful as we'll have seen in other matches. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how that is played.
It's going to be, one of the things to keep an eye out for sure. It's, again, one of the difference in the ADCs goes towards the style of what these teams are playing with for the time being for their bottom laners. Notably, another pizza delivery Sivir, an absolutely goated skin. We love to see it. Otherwise, nothing too crazy skin-wise, although I like the Maokai skin. I'm a fan personally, but in this mid lane, Demo and Rutledge are both very good mid laners, as we saw by the all-pro voting. Again, every player here is very, very solid, but I definitely am keeping my eye on them. Delilah, Hunter, Wolfsteal, we'll probably see some action. We did actually see the top laners. This is, these selfless top laners. Neither of them actually made it to the top 2 in all-pro voting. Both of them. Were comfortably into that 3rd spot. And how selfless were they to go and give their junglers a leash so the junglers could go down and gank bot side at 3.5 minutes?
Which is exactly where we said we are going to be paying the most attention, because that is where all of the stress and strain involved in this entire series is going to come from. As it stands right now, I'm going to play not too nice with King Civil very quickly. He has been throwing out a ton of those boomerang blades, and I have not seen a single one make contact with a champion yet. That is incredibly important, because that is one of their major sources of poke.
Yeah, we are seeing a gank from Hunter Wolfsteal onto the mid lane. The chain, or the abscond abduct, from Rutledge did not hit, and Demo getting additional poke damage with the range. And meanwhile, on the bot side, King Civil and Coolcrap are pushing in. But again, we're already seeing that action around that middle of the map. Hunter, Wolfsteal, and Rutledge, they already know what's up. They know how OGO want to play this. And Demo already taking a fair bit of damage. Does still have the flash. Rutledge is taking quite a bit of damage themselves. Flash forced out of Demo. And that's without a gank. Rutledge purely in the 1v1, getting the push in, forcing Demo to get on out of there.
Yeah, you got to be super careful here. That is definitely a dead Demo, and the camera didn't even want us to see the whole thing. It says this is a PG-13 stream. None of that. Between the towers, first blood going down. That does, unfortunately, go over to Rutledge as well. So just kind of salt in the wound for Demo there, too, on top of it all. Loses the flash in the heads-up 1v1 situation, and then also loses the kill over to his lane opponent. Not able to do anything there either, because Hunter Wolfsteal was full health.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Delilah come here on the bottom side of the map, trying to make up something for it. Did actually manage to steal Hunter Wolfsteal's chickens, so, got something back, but unfortunately for Demo, that doesn't make their lane any easier. Notably, Rutledge and Hunter Wolfsteal did both burn their flashes, so something to keep in mind. You definitely ping that if you're Demo. Say, hey, you know what? I died, but I got both their flashes, team. We got them down, and we're seeing that Glacial Augment from Janna do some pretty good work onto Glacial themselves. Again, this is very aggressive trading. We're seeing kind of the lanes we expected to win do the winning.
Yeah, the only thing to really make note of, though, is while King Civil does have the hard push in the bot lane, he's actually down in CS, while Nyla is farming under tower as well. So big ups to Glacial for not just keeping up, but actually gaining a bit of a lead there. It means that under the assumption that they recall earlier because of health and mana deficiencies, they won't fall too far behind. Very, very important when you're playing those weak side situations.
Right.
In that you're in the side of the lane that should be losing. Just the same, Demo struggling in this mid lane right now. 15
Oh,
CS
no.
behind, almost dying in the 1v1 here as well.
Rutledge is going to have to be careful. Luckily, Delilah isn't there quite early enough to get the punish. The dazzle out of Coach Pizza does get the stun, but again, King Civil and Cool Crab, they just, right now they just have a range advantage. This is a double melee bot lane into a double ranged bot lane, so we can kind of expect how it goes. But again, you pointed out, they're doing a very good job of farming. Fortunately, they have to push up for the wave. Exhaust onto King of Civil out of Coach Pizza. Might have just saved Glacial, and now they can only attack the support. But Glacial and Coach Pizza very, very low under this tower.
Yeah, there's the Gnar used in this top lane as well. I don't think this will result in a kill. I think Pip really just wants lane control here, just trying to force Sauter out for a second time. To note, that would be the second time the teleport has been used by Sauter. Also down for Demo as well. Rutledge used his additionally, and Demo.
That is a
Demo
bold recall. Rutledge with the stolen Moonfall. That is a second kill onto the Silas in the mid lane.
Yeah, that is... I mean, as you called it as it was a bold recall. It's one of those unfortunate situations where you have to think a little further ahead about who you're playing against, both in terms of champion and player, and the things they're going to be fishing for. You can't recall basically in a neutral zone because, hey, guess what? It's not so neutral. Right. It is, in fact, territory that belongs to Rutledge.
Yeah, and like you don't have flash, you are a Xerath, you have absolutely no escape tools. That's just an easy, you recall behind the turret, you get home safe, you get back to lane. Honestly, even like in the same amount of time, like for the 3 seconds it takes you to walk behind the turret, you don't spend 10 seconds with nothing on your screen. So just one of those things to keep an eye on. Those small mistakes, they can add up, and that can just kind of be, at the end of the day, what decides the series overall. Now, we do have about a 1,000 gold lead currently for the side of CB Rush. Pretty much all of that is on Rutledge right now. It's about 800 of it on the mid laner for CB Rush, who, again, has been performing absolutely phenomenally throughout the entirety of the season, and is looking to continue to do the same now. And for OGO, Delilah, kind of their big carry, one of their big names, hasn't really been able to come out too much yet. Has the Moonfall now themselves. Rutledge was actually able to steal it before Delilah even had access to it, because, hey, we love Silas. That's totally, totally fair and not broken at all. But, now Delilah has hit level 6. Unfortunately, doesn't get the first dragon, but is looking for a gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, no one is shocked to see CBR be the first to pick up a Drake in this game, or any game for that matter. Right. As we were saying, they are incredibly good at playing as a team, which means, hey, guess what? They are incredibly good at picking up objectives. Right. Sauter finds himself in a wall, and the camera says, watch the Moonfall.
Moonfall does come in, but Rutledge is able to get out of there very briefly, almost just walked right into it as Demo is spewing out the right of the arcane. Honestly, Rutledge, I think, was just trying to have some fancy feet and outmaneuver where Demo was. But hey, the prediction coming out of the OGO mid laner nets them the kill.
Yep. You know what? Incredible gank, right? I mean, the camera only took us down just in time for the Moonfall, but the Moonfall landed incredibly important. That's a lot of CC, it's a lot of damage, and it allows Demo to follow up nicely. Hunter Wolfsteal kind of alone at the start of this gank, and Delilah's coming down too.
Yeah, the support is not here yet. Targ was actually roaming up to the mid lane while Hunter Wolfsteal was coming down to the bottom side of the map. Notably, Delilah is not helping out right now, is recalling, so there actually might be a brief moment. No, it looks like the bot lane is going to be recalling as well, but there was a very brief moment there where, Delilah, without the Moonfall, though, couldn't quite go and take advantage of it.
I want to point out the importance of itemization, not strictly in the overall game, but even just for your individual lanes. A very, very fast pickup plated steel caps for UBC Sauter in this top lane means that he can take significantly more harass before having to recall again. Additionally, the built-in sustain from Maokai with passive is really what's letting him stay in this lane, even though he's still down a fair amount of CS. It is nowhere near as devastating as it would have been on top of the tier that he has, again allowing for further sustain by being able to use the abilities to actually actively trade with Pip on this Gnar, who of course has no mana, does not have to worry about any of that at all, just has to manage the rage, which even then he's been basically using his ult on cooldown to keep Sauter away from minions.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's not like the junglers are paying any attention up here. Again, it was, oh, hey, top laners, come help us with the leash. Okay, now have fun. Just go do your thing up there. Now, Rift Herald has spawned, so maybe we will see them take a brief venture up to that top lane island, aka the Us land. But Sauter and Pip, they're definitely, their duty right now is team fight, engage, ultimates. You're not expecting probably the Maokai or the Gnar to be the carries here. It's going to be literally anybody else, and we're going to have to see but at the end of the day, those engages are what will decide who wins. So, they're important, Oshi. They're still important, even if they're just an R button.
Yeah, I mean, just an R button, you say. Just an R button. It's some of the biggest R buttons in the game at the moment, but it's just an R button. Since I mentioned itemization, I'm going to go right back to it. Up on the Gnar here, he does have the Hearthbound Axe on his side, which means he will be picking up move speed in addition to the move speed that Gnar has built in when he pops the W passive with that hyper. So he's going to definitely be able to keep up with Sauter as Sauter kind of saunters away. But whether or not that builds into something that he'll want, yeah, it definitely does. I mean, who are we kidding? He knows what he's doing. Cool Crab has been absolutely nailing these tornadoes, making the utmost of the Glacial Augment. And you can see just how frustrating that is for Glacial themselves, having to deal with not being able to move too quickly as a champion that has not a whole lot of range.
Yeah, there's a dash in the kit, somewhat resetting dash Sauter. Does not quite Pip. I thought we were going to see a little bit more here, but we're actually seeing a little bit more in the mid lane. The move onto the Arcana pulls into the right of the Arcane, and Demo gets a second kill onto Rutledge. The mid laners both 2, and 0 getting blood on each other. Hunter Wolfsteal has actually taken a trip up to the top side. The Nature's Grasp comes through. Sauter is going to fall as Pip gnars out just in time. We were seeing some action on the bottom as well, but nobody dies down there as Glacial pops the Ghost to get on out. We do see the Dazzle come through. King Civil and Cool Crab are on the run now, but the Exhaust invested keeps Glacial from going in. So we do see a 2-for-1 trade across the map. But again, the action hasn't stopped. The Flash Dazzle from Glacial actually coming through. Coach Pizza proccing the ability. Glacial getting the action, but flashed into their death. That is a kill for King Civil. Coach Pizza now gets knocked up by Cool Crab. Flashes invested all over the place. All summoners blown on the bottom side, and it results in a 2-for-0.
There is not a long enough replay to show the amount of insanity that just happened in that bot lane. I mean, the timing of the cleanse by King Civil in the first place was phenomenal, followed up by the flash forward from Glacial to get the Stark stun onto King Civil, followed by the flash away to dodge all of the damage that Nihilus was trying to output, and then the chase back down with the flash tornado from the Cool Crab to pick up the second kill on Coach Pizza on the Taric. Insanity in this bot lane, but this is everything that we were looking for.
Exactly. Cool Crab doing their best Alistair impression there. Hey, you get the knock up one way or another, and it works out. And we did also see Cool Crab ping literally every cooldown that Glacial and Coach Pizza have after the death there. Hey, just to let them know, of course, Delilah going in again. We're already seeing more action on the bottom side of the map. This is the bottom lane that has no summoners, and Delilah gets the first kill, but is burning down. Hunter Wolfsteal flashes in to follow up. It is ADC for jungler, and the Drake has spawned. Demo's on the other side of the wall. Has plenty of damage. We see the right of the Arcane come out now. Rutledge goes over to try to deal with this opposing mid laner, and King Civil now with the spell shield prevents the knockup, but it isn't going to prevent their own death. Rutledge, though, went a little bit too far. Goes ahead, hits the stopwatch, that commencing stopwatch coming in pretty clutch, and is just going to walk on out of there as the rest of OGO protect the bot lane tier 1.
I'm so sad for King Civil dying right there, because Demo had an incredible play to keep him alive with a stun over the wall onto Rutledge. Just kept him out of the fight for long enough to King Civil to walk away. And then he turned around. He didn't want to walk away. He said, no, I'm still here. I'm still in this. And it was not a good decision for him.
Right.
Ultimately leading to Drake number 2 going over to CDR. Right of the Arcane by Rutledge being thrown out there just to pick up some CS, and now he's recalling because, hey, health bar's at half. It's not too easy to tower dive in that situation.
Yeah, cleared the wave, used the ultimate, now gets to reset for maybe, a little bit more of an engage-based one. Again, Rutledge performed well with that moonfall off the bat, so we might see that again, but overall, right now, remarkably even, about 600 difference right now. That is mostly located in the turret plates that teams have taken. Kills are even for the time being, but there are 2 Drakes, which is pretty noticeable stats. I mean, the additional armor magic resistance from the Mountain Dragon, 9%, and then 6% attack damage and ability power from the Infernal Dragon. Those stats are definitely worth something, but we do have a little bit of a top dive here. Delilah going in, Pip gets knocked back. This is Mega Gnar. The flash comes through, and the Moonfall actually gets hopped away from Pip getting out of there cleanly, burning a flash for 2 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, that is awareness, that is quickness, and quite frankly, that is a phenomenal trade. This is a bad situation for Delilah here, completely caught out in their own jungle.
Yeah, that stun comes through. There's going to be no response for this. They don't have a flash. They just get chomped to bits. Sauter now trying to retreat underneath the turret. Doesn't have any Nature's Grasp to try to dissuade Pip, and these boomerangs are coming through. Sauter going to have to retreat, going to have to at least try to get out of there, but Glacial's just going to be able to pick up this kill. Absolutely no problem. Never mind. Sauter's flash comes up, gets on out of there, and the Maokai great escape comes through. Rutledge picks up the Monsoon in the mid lane. He's going to try to fend this tier 1 as OGO tries to steal it.
You like backwards caster curse that kill.
I know, it's amazing. I'm so good at these caster curse things. And I mean, OGO, they are not stopping, or I'm sorry, CBROs, they are not stopping the action. The Glacial Augment comes through again onto Glacial. This poor guy just keeps slipping on ice. You just can't get away from it.
It's his augment, right?
Exactly. It magnetizes to him. But again, I feel like something's about to break out, but we're gonna see it. Okay. Looks like everybody has decided to finally chill out for a little bit, clear some wards, back up, spend their money before they get back out onto the map.
Yeah, the top lane has gone down. Sauter going to be locked into this a little further back situation, and they basically have unleashed the Gnar onto the map right now. Gnar only 1-0, not anything spectacular or devastating, does already have the Triforce in hand with a Caulfield's Warhammer alongside it, so he's not going to be a weak little Gnar. He's never a weak Mega Gnar. So they're going to have to be a little aware when, they see this little thing hop out of a bush, throwing a boomerang at them, dealing thousands of damage. We do see the second Herald going down here. Shelly, not anything that they can do themselves, let alone with no help from OGO. So it is going to be CBR once again taking it. It is going to result in CBR once again opening a lane by destroying that tower. Probably going to the mid lane is what my guess would be. That's my personal preference if I were them.
Yeah. Opens up the mat now. We would open up the mat from Rutledge to start getting in on some more action. Both mid laners, their kills and their deaths are on each other. Notably, Coach Pizza gets knocked up. You can see King Civil wants to try to get this. The Dazzle does not hit, but King Civil is bloodthirsty here. The Thrill of the Hunt is on the hunt, wisely saved. I say Thrill of the Hunt. It sounds so much cooler than on the hunt, but you know what? I digress. So again, that is the second Rift Herald now for CB Rush. They have 100% neutral objective control so far this game. They haven't dropped a tower yet. They're playing very, very well so far in the laning phase. Stutter, not quite in time with the root, but for OGO, this is where we have to start seeing them shine. Teams are starting to group up a little bit more. We're starting, this is kind of where we're expecting them to, if they're going to stage a little bit of a comeback here, this is not the way that you come back. And King Civil is just on the run, can't get out of there in time. You're not getting away from a Nyla Wukong, Delilah, Cool, Crab. I mean, the entire rest of OGO, they are in this bottom river. We do see the stun come through onto Rutledge and uses the Stolen Nature's Grass. Cool Crab and Delilah, they manage to walk out of it, but OGO, they know they can't continue to fight, so they go on the back as, in the meantime, Pip has taken the tier 2 and is now on to the tier 3.
Yeah, and again, this is a Triforce Gnar taking these towers down, not something to slouch at. That is a lot of attack speed, a decent amount of damage, and now we've got Shelly taking the mid turret as well. Absolutely terrible situation for OGO right now that is going to be a second charge. They do manage to stop it. However, Drake is now up, and hey, guess what? It's a Cloud Drake, which means movement speed on top of everything else. I mean, OGO, they're already getting out-rotated as is, right? They're outmaneuvered everywhere. On Pip.
Delilah gets stunned into the wall. Managed to have some fancy feet. Flashes over. We see the apotheosis come through, but not yet. The Moonfall, it comes in, but right as the Taric ultimate pops, we see Sauter with a phenomenal Nature's Grasp, but nobody can follow up. Delilah is already dead. King Civil and Demo have already run. Sauter is still alive in the middle of them, and that is a double kill going over to Pip. We are seeing a ton of damage coming through from King Civil, though. These are low health bars. He can keep chopping them down, but he gets exhausted. Hunter Wolfsteel is smashing away. With the Wukong bat is bonging them on the head. Delilah, Sauter, Civil, all down, only traded for Rutledge's life. That is going to be soul point over to CBR.
Yeah, and Pip is going to be able to tank this one out while Glacial does all of the damage. Here comes Hunter Wolfsteel. Look at that amount of health that this man still has on the Wukong. Plenty alive, going to be picking this one up easily. I mean, we saw a lot of great things come out of OGO in that fight, right? Don't get me wrong, but ultimately it was one at a time. Look at this, the single Gnar ultimate. Okay, it only hit one target. That's great for OGO. The Moonfall looked like it should have been good, but as you said, the Taric ultimate was perfectly timed, saved everybody from the damage that came through. And that's Sauter, again, great flank, good CC. No one can follow up. I mean, if King Civil was 2 seconds faster in being able to step up there, then the Boomerang Blade does significantly more. The Ricochet does significantly more because they were all standing in a perfect line. Unfortunately, everything was just a little mistimed for OGO and went perfectly for CB Rush on the engage and then on the re-engage on the damage. They're rotating in and out on who was taking what damage and when versus ability use was phenomenal. And now we see Sauter trying to deal with Rutledge in this bot lane.
Yeah, Sauter does have a level up on the Sylas, notably. The top laners have outfarmed the mid laners considerably, which is fair. Mid lane has been where a majority of the action was, and the top laners were just essentially playing a farming simulator. But now that we are getting into this stage of the game, it's not too bad for the Maokai to answer the Sylas. And I mean, Sauter, it just keeps going untargetable as the Abscond Abduct comes through, and the Maokai passive gonna be able to restore plenty of health there. But I mean, it's exactly as you said. It's fine. But I think notably the reason King Civil and Demo were just so keen to run so quickly, despite Sauter still throwing out the engage, was because they had been caught out before from not running away previously, and the one time that they didn't need to run away, they decided to. And here we see a phenomenal knockup, a phenomenal engage coming through from the side of CB Rush yet again. Delilah and Demo, they both get taken down. King Civil is the next to fall. And CB Rush have taken over the game. A 6,000 gold lead. They're turning to the Baron.
When you are behind, even if you're in your own jungle, you cannot brawl for vision like that. They have priority. You put a ward down, they clear it, deal with it. Wait 30 seconds, go back again. You're not getting into your topside jungle. Here goes Baron because you died. I mean, quite frankly, yeah, with a good set of wards, they get to take Baron anyways. If you don't challenge the wards, then okay, they get Baron anyways. But you have to be smart about it. If there's 3 of you under tower, 4 of you under tower, and 4 of them sitting in bush where you can't see them, they have that advantage because they can see out of bush. They just need to be a little bit smarter. And this is all why, when we were talking about the Maokai in the first place, I liked it in the support, because you throw that sapling into the bush to be able to check ahead of time from a distance. It's got so much more range than dropping a ward does. And then on top of that, the far side alterations don't last that long because, hey, it's one click and they're dead. So ultimately not super useful. I mean, vision is the name of the game right now, and quite frankly, it's going incredibly in the favor of CBR just because of who they get to put in the side lanes. Sylas was in the side lane there. It's a mid laner. He's not there to help you pick up vision. He's there to kill you.
Delilah gets no help is coming for Delilah at this time. Actually dashes over the wall onto Glacial, but it was already too late. Hunter Wolfsteel goes in between the turrets to take down the cool crab. The right of the arcane. Demo is just a little bit too far away despite everything. Sauter coming in with the Nature's Grasp just too late, and it just doesn't matter against this Baron push. Sauter's continuing to try to get does get one with the shutdown, even through the flash and the cleanse. We see the target ultimate come through to just negate a little bit of the turret damage, but there is only Demo left to clear the wave. This is a Xerath, but CB Rush, they actually have decided, all right, we're going to disengage, we're going to go back. Delilah is respawning in just a few seconds, as is the Cool Crab. They're going to play safe. They're going to get this tier 2 in the bottom lane and continue collecting their gold.
Yeah, move in, pick this up, bring the minions in, because then, you know, you've got the Baron empowered, it's a little weaker, it's a lot easier. And then, hey, guess what? 43 seconds until Soul. Move on down, pick that up. You know, maybe time yourself. You got 4 minutes till the next Baron, so everybody's going to recall right now, get the easy reset, spend all that money that they just earned. I mean, Wukong sitting on 3,400 gold. It's the last one. There's the only one I was able to see. But, I mean, that just gives you a taste of the difference happening right here. I mean, it's 11,000 gold difference, all right? Which, keep that in mind. Do the math, if you will. That is 25% was sitting in Hunter Wolfsteel's pocket. 25% of the gold lead that they had just got spent. So everything that just happened was a minimum of 25% less gap.
Yeah. So. And notably, so just so everybody knows, the reason that we had a brief pause at the beginning of the game was because we had some runes bug. We were checking rulings to see if we could get a remake. Unfortunately, we couldn't, as we were already getting into the game. And I believe it was this Aftershock Wukong was where the runes were bugged, who is currently 8-0-8, is continuing to just forge a warpath through the entirety of OGO's jungle and not giving them a single objective. There's not even a turret that has fallen on CB Rush's side. They are all still up, and Omega Gaming Obsidian, for their first game coming into the lower bracket, CB Rush say, welcome. We've been here a while. Let's introduce you to what the lower bracket really is.
They said, we were born in the lower bracket, bred by it.
we love some Batman references.
I gotta say, I mean, sure, the Aftershock isn't everything that it could be, but it is giving defensive stats out the wazoo right now. So, I mean, it's doing what it needed to in this game. One can only imagine if it wasn't there. The biggest thing, though, take a look at the two black cleavers on the side of CBR, right?
Right.
Okay, you've got one on the Gnar who's doing great AoE and already does % base damage on top of shredding through your armor. You got one on the Wukong who is going to stack it unbelievably quickly with the Tornado ultimate coming through, and then Nyla just gets to walk on up and deal what will essentially be true damage to even Solder at this point in time.
Yeah, it's just going to be so difficult to deal with this composition. I mean, they all have flashes up, which is great for the side of OGO, but like once you do that, King Silver is the only one with a cleanse, and CB Rush will simply be able to walk faster than you. Like, right? Sometimes you look at some melee team comps, you're like, okay, what are they going to do? Walk at us? And it's like, yeah, they are going to walk at you. It's very scary.
Yeah, they're going to walk at you at 14% increased speed minimum.
Yes, this is like somebody angrily power walking at you, and you just like you don't know what to do. It's a terrifying experience, and I mean, CB Rush, they just get to sit here and free hit on the inhibitors, and Solder isn't even safe in their own base. Rutledge using their own ultimate against them. Rutledge gets the first kill. The Tark ultimate comes through yet again, protecting the team. Delilah goes in with the Moonfall. Pip is quite low, but gets out alive, and the Rite of the Arcane is chunking out a ton of damage. Hunter Wolfsteel's clone is the one that will fall, and CB Rush finally get pushed out of the base. They get exiled from OGO's home for the time being.
But here's the thing. Glacial sitting on 2.5K. You've got Coach Pizza sitting on just under 2K. You've got Pip sitting on 14, almost 1,500 gold. And they're all going back, spending that on a reset, and Baron is up in 5 seconds. They have all of the map control. They have all of the objective control. They have all of the vision control. The only red ward on the map right now, actually, is in the bot lane tri-brush. And that has been there forever. OGO have made sure that they put that there the entire
game. I'm not kidding. That was there at about the 5-minute mark, and it has stayed there. So, at least they're consistent with that, but now they can't even venture into their red side jungle. Hunter, Wolf, Steel is essentially soloing the Baron right now, while Coach Pizza and Glacial deal with the entirety of OGO. Pip's helping out with the Baron too. Nar's making it happen. And the inhibitor has now respawned, so no more super minions flooding into the base for the time being, but CB Rush will make short work of that and make sure everything goes back to the super minion ways. Pip goes over the wall, gets a double stun with the Gnar, and the knockup from Hunter. Wolf Steel makes it happen. Glacial is the one cleaning up the kills. The vacuum cleaner comes through. That's a triple. The quadra's denied. Pip takes it. The Cool Crab is on the run all the way back in the base already. It's a Janna against the world, and it's CB Rushes.
Yeah, that's game, right? Everybody knows that. They're saying GG's in the chat. Everybody fully understands that's where it ends. This is a tank Diana, ultimately, is what ended up happening with this build, right? The Nashor's Tooth came out. She just bought a Blasting One now, but didn't have it previously, and it was a Sunfire's Aegis is what they decided to end up building, which means that Moonfall was not doing damage. Right? It was strictly for CC and trying to set up King Civil, and King Civil never stood a chance. Not in a single team fight did King Civil have the opportunity to free fire. Here's that last fight for you right now. You'll see exactly what you expect. A great push in by Dahlia, or onto Dahlia right there to force her back, and then as everybody repositions, what did I say? All of the vision is on one side. Somebody comes right over the wall, and hey, guess who? It's the person that we said you can't count out, even though he had a Triforce. It is the Gnar with a massive Mega Gnar pickup. That's Black Cleaver stacks everywhere. The flash follow-up by Hunter Wolf Steel pick up the guaranteed kill on King Civil. And once the damage is out of the way, that is the end of the game. And I mean, come on, Taric just stood there soloing Baron for the entire 10 seconds of that fight because he wasn't required. He didn't need to ult. He didn't need to heal. He didn't need to stun, because when you have a monkey that is ended 8-0-13, 21,000 damage. Okay, 21,000 damage on Aftershock Wukong.
It's the new tech.
A remake.
It's the new tech, Oshi, I'm telling you.
Yeah, there's no damage that could possibly exist. Demo capping out at 22,000, doing everything in his power with a ton of AoE and picking up the burn on his side as well. But really, what ended up lacking was damage on the side of OGO, because King Civil, as I said, never stood a chance.
Just wasn't able to get too far ahead in the early game. Delilah wasn't able to facilitate that bot lane too much. And CB Rush, they looked coordinated. They've continued. Again, Coach Pizza came in. Coach Pizza did well. Don't get me wrong. 0-1-17 is absolutely insane for this Taric, but this was definitely the Hunter show through and through. Pip, again, with the 23,000 damage, that's what's going to happen when you're just chunking out a Maokai for infinity for most of the game. But again, Hunter, Rutledge, Pip, the entire team absolutely popped off. And that's only game number 1. We got at least 2 more guaranteed, although I doubt this is going to be a 3-0, but we will have to see. We're going to go to a brief break as we get game number 2 set up. Don't go anywhere.
Been spending most our lives living in the gangster's paradise. R.I.P. Coolio, dead at age 59 in the middle of that last game. Not the only thing that died. Let me tell you what, team spirits probably crashing and burning after that. I mean, a remake requested into a hard victory.
Yeah.
I mean, CBR's got to be feeling wonderful, but OGO.
Yeah, that was, I mean, if you're OGO, like if anybody is like me and just goes all in with channel points on, the game predictions, you just lost hard on OGO. CB Rush dominated the game. It was 30 minutes, but at no point did it ever feel like OGO was actually coming back in it. It always felt like they were going to have to start scrapping their way back. They got a couple kills here and there. Maybe Delilah was able to gank the mid lane a couple of times to help out Demo, but from the start, they were able to. From the start, they just felt like they were rolling over it, and it's the CB Rush that we have seen in this lower bracket that has absolutely been dominating ever since that upper bracket lost to Hard Hat Zone. This CB Rush team has just been a completely different beast. They have leveled up entirely.
Yeah, without question. But what did we say at the very start? The difference between these two teams were, right? We said on CB Rush, they play as 5. They're always 5. Always. 100% everybody or nobody.
Right.
On OGO, we said they will pick their one person that they funnel gold to, and they will go from there. Right. Unfortunately, they chose Demo, and the Xerath is not the carry they needed. Right. King Civil was the damage they required. King Civil was the AoE they needed. King Civil was left in the dirt. Yep. Fight after fight after fight. They were incredible ganks by Delilah in the mid lane, right? The Diana picked up some gold while there as well, and then didn't have the damage to follow up with it, because that's what happens when the rest of your team falls behind. You need to be able to survive long enough to get that ultimate off. Right. None of that happened that game. It's not a loss at draft, without question. It really, really was CBR just doing what CBR does.
Yeah, and we saw that in the Hard Hat Zone rematch series. Like it was just like it didn't really feel like a draft gap, right? Especially with Hard Hat Zone, it felt like they could draft literally anything and they would win with it, right? Because Alternative and Bennett are just those guys. But CB Rush, they were able to out team fight, and I think for OGO, like talking about Delilah going to the mid lane, I think part of it was Demo got killed twice already. We need to get Demo back into this game. Yeah. Maybe so there's the carry, but like once Delilah starts paying attention to the mid lane, then all of a sudden that's time taken away from being able to help King Civil move forward and get aggressive and get those additional kills and whatnot. And I mean, honestly, like if you're a Xerath, you have the right of the arcane, but really you're an Arcano Pulse, Eye of Destruction stun bot. Not exactly a bot necessarily, but like you're supposed to be kind of helping out King Civil and getting the damage through. So I think for OGO, you just have to reassess, just be like, okay, you know what? If Xerath dies 2 times, you're fine. And so you just have to play to your outs, right? Play to what is actually going to get you the dubs. But we are just about to get into draft once again for game number 2. The screens will be updated shortly, but just to let you know, Omega Gaming Obsidian, having lost, they're on a red side yet again, and we are seeing some very similar bans as to what we saw at game 1. CB Rush, they've taken out the Graves, they have taken out the GP yet again. OGO, they have removed the Misfortune once more. OG, I mean, if you're OGO, like, are you really thinking of anything from the last game that you want to ban, or do you just want to adjust your ban strategy overall?
You know what? I just want to see a Pike banned so that it's a pirate-free zone. That's it. I mean, look, we're 3 of 4, man. Like, come on, one more.
Twisted Fate's a pirate.
Twisted Fate's a bad pirate, okay? it's not the same.
Look, he might be the worst pirate you've ever seen, but he's still a pirate.
Of all of the pirates in this game, he's the only one that wouldn't walk around going, "You are a pirate," right? It's all the rest would know the song, and Twisted Fate would be like, "Yeah, ninjas, I guess," or something. I don't know. Either way, yes, Taric, Wukong, get rid of them. Those were the major turning points. The Tristana coming off on the other side. I mean, I guess if you're keeping on the pirate theme, right? That's there too.
She's got a cannon. So, she's got a cannon.
She has the skin too. She's Buccaneer Tristana.
So, yep.
Yeah. So it's all kind of there. But now we get to see what they're actually choosing to play, and the horse got left up.
Yep, Hunter picks up the horse for. I mean, we'll see. It's still technically never. No, it gets locked in. I will say, notably on the note of the target ban. Well, one OGO they've now said, okay, well, I guess we can't just threaten it for Delilah to pick up. We also have to ban the Wukong because Hunter can pick it up and do phenomenally on it. But Jungle picked up on B1 anyways. But looking down at the support slot for Coach Pizza, the Tark has been banned. When they didn't have Tark in the one series that we saw them play, they picked up the Renata Glass. And honestly, we have the Hecarim with the dive again already signaling it. For
Oh.
OGO, they've picked up the Seraphine. If you want counter dive, that's your second best choice.
Yeah, and quite frankly, this could be mid lane where she's meant to go, right? We could entirely see Renata get picked up now as the support. And think about the AoE CC.
Yes.
If they have the communication and the timing, they layer the two of them. You get the charm down first, brings everybody in nice and tight, which means you get a massive burst when you throw down that takeover. Oh, it'd be beautiful. Instead, we get the Kayn, which is a very common pick in the CCS.
Yeah, Delilah, I mean, there's a reason that this was the champion picked for Delilah's card on the All-Pro voting. Honestly, a signature champion. Very, very confident on this champion. We're going to see some great ganks. We're going to see some creative pathing, and this is the sign of okay. I don't think we're going to see a tank Kayn here. Delilah's going to carry. CB Rush, though, they pick up the Gnar. They are undeterred by the Seraphine pickup. And honestly, we might see, I'm very interested to see what they pick up here. Again, are we going to see them move away from the Renata? Obviously, Coach Pizza probably has more in the pocket than just that. But that's what we've seen. They did very well on it. We'll have to see if that's what they go with.
So in the early parts of the season, I love Ashe in this situation so far. Does very well against Seraphine because you can stay away. Hard CC, very self-sustaining, and an incredible support AD carry, right? And that's really one of the biggest things that we're going to be expecting to see when you have the Gnar online yet again. Early in the season, I was saying constantly we'd see a top lane get picked, and you go, "Oh, what do you want to see in response to this?" And I would say Gnar. Right. And you, oh, well, what do you first pick after that game? Gnar. Because how do you counter a ranged champion that is also a melee champion that also has CC and has mobility and has harass?
Right.
Incredibly strong champion at all points in time. This, however, is something we do not ever get to see.
Yeah, that is the Kai'Sa pickup. Now, for those of you well informed on CCS lore, Kai'Sa mid is a thing. People play it. Will demo play it? I don't know if it's really a demo champion, but Kai'Sa mid exists. It happens. Now, I will say I find it very interesting that, I doubt it's gonna be the Kai'Sa mid if they have banned the Sylas away necessarily. I feel like if you're gonna pick a mid, you just pick the Sylas. But CB Rush, it actually looks like they're assuming, as you are, Oshi, that Demo is probably going to be playing this Seraphine. So they have banned away the Nautilus. The Swain gets banned by OGO. And CB Rush, they've had correct reads on what Obsidian are going to be doing with these kind of technical flex champions so far. Well, again, the one read on where the Maokai was going. They banned the Nautilus. We're probably going to see another engaged support ban. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like maybe a Rakan banned away, but
I would be banning top lane tanks right now. Oh, okay, that one works too.
They ban away the Amumu.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I were Omega Gaming right now, I'd be picking up Ornn.
Right.
Hands down. Like, no, Ornn isn't going to do phenomenal into Gnar right off the bat. As the game goes, though, Ornn is going to be unbelievably beneficial. You need big, beefy tanks for the front line that you have right now. Okay, they don't want any of it. They want all fight, all damage, all death.
They want the action. They want to get in onto that Ashe. They don't even know what the backline is going to be outside of that Ashe for the time being, and they don't care. I mean, OGO last game, they were stepping back. They were going with the disengage. This game, they're like, this is going to be just everybody flying in directly at each other. Team fights are going to be an absolute mess. And, speaking of AoE, okay, I'm just saying.
Speaking of AoE,
I can be kind of smart sometimes. But speaking of AoE, all right, now I'm imagining. I was going to say, hey, the Slicing Maelstrom seems pretty good. But imagine popping the Slicing Maelstrom right into a hostile takeover.
Onto your own team.
Onto your own team. I mean,
Yep.
Coach Pizza picking up that feels like that feels so obvious now too.
Yeah, it really does. Now we're gonna wait and see what the mid lane is coming. Okay, Lux decent. I mean, even if it's Kaiser mid, if it's Kennen mid, if it's Seraphine mid, it doesn't matter at this point. Lux mid
Right.
is an incredible pickup, going to do very well into all of those options.
Hmm.
And now this should be a top laner, or sorry, a jungler. No, jungler we have. This is sorry, it's going to determine our mid lane or
Right.
ADC, right? Because it could be Kai'Sa ADC Seraphine support,
Right.
and we're seeing a mid lane be picked here. It could
Hmm.
be Seraphine ADC and Kai'Sa mid lane, and we're seeing a support.
Kennen mid?
There
Nope.
it is.
Yeah, there we go. So it is the Seraphine mid, Kennen top, and the Thresh support. Hey, you know what? That's probably the best that you could do with your remainder of the counter engage champions,
Mhm.
and Thresh with the hook has some pretty good engage as well. I will say, the Kai'Sa Thresh bot lane, probably
Yeah.
maybe King Civil and Cool probably will have a little bit more success solo against the Ashe Renata bot lane, but we'll have to see. Again, CB Rush, they're playing for the full-on team fight, and OGO Delilah on that Kane. That's still one of those kind of just solo, just go in, do your own thing, champion, while the rest of the team tries to survive.
Yeah, the big thing I want to point out here, Kai'Sa has outplay abilities on Renata
Hmm.
Glass. Okay, keep
Right.
that in mind. Her ultimate lets her essentially teleport, which
Hmm.
means she could completely avoid the hostile takeover.
Right.
In that situation, if she doesn't put herself into instant death as a result of it, that could be a huge turnaround. So, if Omega Gaming Obsidian in the bot lane in a straight 2v2, if the Kai'Sa and the Thresh have the upper hand, and we see the hostile takeover come out, there's a massive outplay opportunity right there because they already have the upper hand. Dash in, you're shielded, you pop the Q, you do a whole bunch of AoE damage. The Thresh sits around for a couple seconds and then comes in and helps again. Or
Yeah.
even in the situation where you do put yourself in a bad spot, you get a lantern out.
Exactly. Additional summoner spell called Escape button tends to be pretty helpful. I mean, that's why Thresh is good. That's why TK is good. It's just be like, okay, I don't want to be here anymore. And guess what? You don't have to be there. It's great. It's better than Flash. But that being said, a lot of that, Oshi, that's a lot of coordination, right? And
Yes.
requires good communication. The team has to be on the same page. For OGO, we saw that they weren't necessarily able to stay on that same page in the last game. There was kind of that push and pull. Communication seemed to
Hmm.
break down. So coming into this game, we're expecting a lot more of that. It needs to be much better. So I guess if they're picking up this team comp, they've prepared themselves for that, and they probably have needed to get that mental reset.
Yeah, and hopefully they have gotten it, and we can see them be able to pull together and really get this brawl comp together that
Hmm.
they're looking for. Because if we see Delilah forced into a situation where she has to try and build defensively again, it doesn't
Right.
work on Kane. It didn't really work the best on Diana, but it really doesn't work on Kane, right? Kane, you want to be in there dealing damage and using that damage to sustain, and that's how you stay alive. If
Hmm.
she's unable to get to that point, then I mean, we've seen Kennons fall behind and still be useful because you're just a CC bot. As
Right.
long as you get the stopwatch, you're okay. You can kind of say the same thing with the Seraphine, right?
Hmm.
So once again, we're really all turning to King Civil under the assumption, or in the situation where the rest of his team falls behind. It's, hey, King Civil, can you hyper carry this? At
Right.
least they have a very strong hyper carry this time in the Kai'Sa. Unfortunately, nowhere near as strong of a mid game as the Sivir had. So really going to be trying to stretch this out, or we're going to see Delilah snowball the top and or mid lanes instead.
Exactly. And like that's the bread and butter of what they do, right? They start tearing through the enemy team, they get an early gank, they get an early jungle invade, and then they just carry from there. If you give Delilah an inch, they will take an absolute mile. But if you start off ahead, they can have some trouble catching up. Now, one thing I will say is for the side of CB Rush, you have a Lux, you have an Ashe. You don't have a Silas. You don't have anything really crazy to deal a ton of damage. Now, notably,
Mm,
nobody on the side of OGO has, is a massive tank. And again, when I say a ton of damage, you don't have like an Aphelios, a Jinx, some sort of hyper carry. Your
yeah.
damage is going to be coming a lot out of Lux and Glacial, which can be a lot, but there's nobody that can just pump out insane damage numbers, which is something that like King Civil, Delilah, I mean even Starter, I think definitely can do. How are we feeling? Kind of how like what's the damage going to be like here?
So your mid-game damage is Lux, right? It's going to be
Right.
the big burst, right? She's going to be able to pick up those early items. You're definitely not building burn, right? You're going into
Mhm.
the Ludens here without question on the Lux because everybody is squishy.
Right.
Is in the mid game. Thresh is squishy in the mid game, even. So it's not going to be that bad. But ultimately, what it comes down to, I disagree with you ever so slightly about Glacial on this. Because
Okay.
if the Ash does not build support based Ash, where you'd pick up like a banner, for example,
Right.
if you actually go into something more aggressive, right?
Mhm.
Essentially any of the
Anything.
ADC mythics
Right.
work well
Gale
with
Force.
Ash, right? Gale Force is insane with
Mhm.
Ash, but even more to the point, because I guess even then you're not going to be building Kraken Slayer because you don't have to shoot
Yes.
through people front to back, right?
Exactly.
So you pick up a Gale Force, right?
Mhm.
When you hit level 14, level 15 with Ash, you're maxing your Q out at this point in time. You've
Right.
got a 90, 100% attack speed steroid. You are dealing insane damage. So if you go, if you end up building a Phantom Dancer IE, for example, or Bloodthirster IE would be even better,
Right.
and you're throwing out 100% criticals every single one of those bursts from your Q, you're dealing insane damage, and the other team has to just walk at you
Yeah.
and you're a massive AoE slow bot and they're trying
Right.
to walk at you.
Right.
So
That's true. So, and again, then there's plenty of support for that as well. You got stuns from Pip, you got fears from Hunter, you got lockdowns from Rutledge. So that will have to be for OGO. Like how are they going to get in there? Kane, of course, can go through the walls, can civil with that. Essentially the TP and demo and Cool Crab in there as a support. And I will say, I respect the Seraphine damage output. I think some people underestimate it. That
hey,
said, though, if demo builds Moonstone Renewer, the Seraphine damage just isn't going to be there. But if demo builds Leandries or Ludens, either one, honestly, then we might be talking. But we'll have to see. These teams are going to be talking here. They are chatting it up to figure out what they're going to be doing in this game. What's the strategy going to be? Creating their counter strategies. And of course, if you want to come up with counter strategies, if you want to come up with draft plans, you can go and check out our wonderful sponsor over at Pro Comps. Again, an all-in-one drafting tool for professional and casual play alike, for players and coaches. Again, it'll help out your drafting. It'll give you analysis on opposing teams, analysis on their win conditions, and help you become a better gamer. So go check that out. We got a link down below. We got a link in the chat. But oh shoot, we also have another wonderful sponsor that can help anybody be a better gamer in any game that they want to play.
well, I wouldn't say anybody. I'm not sure if there's a coach out there that can help you in League of Legends yourself, but there are plenty of coaches out there that can help you people in chat since you actually know something about the game. Unlike, I'm just kidding. I absolutely adore Thunder. He's a wonderful person and he is Plastic 7 in this game.
It's true.
But if you do want to advance your skills, not only in League of Legends, but in any of the other video games that you could possibly want to compete at, I guarantee that if you go hit up Metafy and search the game, you'll be able to find a professional and or a professional coach who will be able to help you out and improve your game on an individual basis rather than strictly strategy basis. So make sure you check out the Metafy link below. We have, I believe it is a 10% off
That is correct.
link or discount code that you can use on there. So again, links below, all of that stuff. I'm sure somebody in chat, maybe Flay, if he's still around, will be able to set you up with the links there. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick little break while we deal with the spectator delay, and we will be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 2 between CB Rush and Omega Gaming Obsidian. Teams briefly paused for us at the very start, so there might be some stuttering. I don't know. We didn't see it yet. It might come up. We'll have to check it out. No level 1s yet. Nothing crafty, nothing too creative. But as I say that, Delilah and Coach Pizza will just be walking at each other and disengage. But Oshi, after that first game, I mean, CB Rush, they had a little bit of a kerfuffle right at the start to figure things out, but their mental clearly was not boomed by it. If anything, they just got more aggressive, and I guess you just don't like CB Rush when they're angry.
I mean, what more can you say beyond that, right? It's they asked for the remake, it was declined, and then it was all green. Right. So, yeah, wouldn't like them when they're angry. It was what it was. Font of Life played off well on top of everything else. And then they basically said, GG go next in the best of possible ways. And now we see Demo coming into CB Rutledge in this mid lane here. This is really a battle of the old control mage to the new control mage, right? We've seen Lux for a decade at this point in time. And now we have the pop star herself saying it is my time to shine in the Seraphine that we don't get to see too often. Teleports on both in the mid lane, teleport flash top lane, and both bot laners this time actually have cleanse, which I respect, definitely. I mean, Glacial, like I said, Glacial has the potential to be that heavy, devastating attack damage hyper carry in the late game, and you do not want to get pulled by the chain in those situations.
Right. That's, again, when you see either team just going a full dive comp, cleanse, just, it's either your options are cleanse or exhaust, really. I feel like if you're an ADC, and both have opted for the cleanse in this scenario. Now, Rutledge definitely had the upper hand on Demo in the last series. Maybe a little frustrated on the all-pro voting, wanting to try to make their mark and prove, maybe they are just a little bit better than Hypnotic Scruff. But we'll have to see if that is the case, because, I mean, again, whoever wins this will go on to face Dorado Gaming Omega in the rematch in the winners finals, and I mean, I can promise both teams definitely want that. If you're Omega Gaming Obsidian, you had the 2-1 lead. It felt so close. You only had to win one more, and you just weren't able to clear it out. That Dorado Gaming Omega luck, the clutch luck came through. And for CB Rush, they were in groups with Dorado, right? They ended up second place in the group against Dorado Gaming Omega. And, overall, people just considered Dorado probably outclassed in basically everything. So we're going to have, either team here would love to get a little bit of revenge. Hunter Wolfsteal just making a very brief appearance in the bottom lane before going up and clearing the crab. But either way, these teams, they want to move on, be it for revenge or for some more action and some rewards. Hunter Wolfsteal is in the middle of 2 right now. The Q comes in. The root comes through from the empowered Seraphine. The flash comes in, the additional auto locks it down, and first blood over to Demo. Cool Crab over the wall with the flash into the play. Coach Pizza is alone and is dead. King Civil picking up the kill there.
Cool Crab showing exactly why he is one of my top picks, not just in support, but MVP even. I am all about the supports, don't get me wrong, but that, I mean, Thresh is my main, all right? Thresh has been my main for ages. And that entirely explains why. In a single clip shows why Thresh, in my opinion, can be one of the best and strongest champions in a game, and one of the highest tide turning champions in a game as well. Sauter making full advantage of that rush, getting out of there, but Hunter Wolfsteal is not feeling like going home.
Absolutely not. Wasn't able to get revenge for the action on the bottom side, but can only get some chunks out of Sauter. Again, the ranged little Yordle here is very, very slippery. Hard to deal with. Does put a war down spots controller, but Hunter Wolfsteal just circles the wall here and says, hi, I'm still hanging out, but Delilah is here. The stun comes through. That is on cooldown, though. Pip does not have Megadar, not even close, and Hunter Wolfsteal is set to run.
And everybody goes away. One regular ward got killed, one pink ward got killed, and that is the end of the top lane battle. We should see a lot more excitement this game than we did last game in this top lane. Naturally, now that we have 2 bursty champions instead of 1 tank and 1 bursty champion.
Right.
In the interim, though, Coach Pizza doing a lot of roaming, making sure to get some vision back after that death he carried early on.
Right.
And then in terms of the bot lane, it looks like King Civil and Cool Crab actually are freezing the wave. It doesn't look like they're trying to hard push it, so they want to be able to have those fights in the middle, in the open. And I mean, why wouldn't you when you're running that lane? The Thresh is unquestionably going to be better in the early game in terms of CC compared to the Renata. Really, the only time the Renata becomes a incredible threat is when that ultimate comes online. We're
Right.
getting there, but only level 3 so far.
Yeah, does now have all the abilities to bail out. Oh, hold on, the handshake available, and Coach Pizza is playing very aggressive on this pick, noting that the support isn't there, but now the Cool Crab joins Coach Pizza and Glacial back on up. They do not want to get hit from behind by Delilah, already sitting on 2 assists, double long sword. You know, jungle item should be transforming relatively quickly soon, and one more smite, we'll get that blue smite activated, but Hunter Wolf Steel, both junglers are down on the bottom side for the time being. Again, so far, you know, there have been the 2 kills. It's a 1.5k gold lead already over to the side of OGO. And I mean, honestly, Oshi, this is just, it feels like the exact opposite of what happened last game. And we're going to have to see if OGO can kind of snowball the lead in the same way that CB Rush were able to. That being said, Cool Crab gets rooted. The Glacial Augment comes through, and King Silva's already taken down the Renata yet again. The bailout not even given time to trigger. Glacial was not there. That's just a kill, and CB Rush are backing off.
That is the burst of Kai'Sa when you are left alone, right? When every single one of those Q missiles hits you, when the W gets put in, and the everlasting passive destroys you. I mean, that's it. You didn't stand a chance. You died. Yeah. And that is going to be turned into the first Drake being picked up as well this time. So CB Rush losing their collect all, catch 'em all streak on objectives here. It only took an entire game plus 7 minutes, which I mean, hey, that's not bad.
Could be worse. It could be worse. It could be a whole best of 5. Although I don't think we've seen that yet. I don't think anything's been quite that dominant. Yeah, but I mean, I will, you know, on this bottom side, Cool Crab again with these hooks, a phenomenal prediction. The flash into the play, the Cathian Rain again, but a stun coming through from the handshake. Coach Pizza saving their own life, and King Silva and Cool Crab have to get out of there, escaping the volleys, and Glacial gets them both chunked down to half. Coach Pizza, though, very, very low here. A single, one more hook, and they are dead yet again.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing to realize is Cool Crab sitting on the Ignite that would have finished that kill off for certain, but you never want to drop that early as a support, right? And especially, you don't want to accidentally steal the kill from your AD carry on top of it. So respect for holding it for now. Hook whiffing that time around. We do have Delilah and Demo actually taking the red buff right now, so that is a bit of a deficit for Hunter Wolfsteal, who is currently up. Yeah, he is actually taking the Rift Herald, so never mind. I'm sure he'll feel fine losing his red buff for Rift Herald. I expect to see that going up into the top lane to release Pip once again. We saw it pay dividends last game. I definitely think we'll see something similar this game as well. Demo not too far forward, but it looks like Hunter Wolfsteal is actually going to be pushing in, possibly to try and take Delilah's red himself. Does see Delilah taking the Raptors there. Not backing out yet. He almost had support from Pip. Yeah, there he goes. He's asking for it. The pings are down. The Lux is moving. We're going to have a brawl.
We might. Hunter Wolfsteal starts up the red buff, and Pip will have priority over this wave. That is a cannon wave, so it'll stick around for a little while. Sauter decides to sacrifice it, come down to join the fight. Relic actually flashes away, but right into the slicing maelstrom. The stun comes through onto Relic. This is a Lux. She is not very tanky. We see the ultimate whiff. It hits absolutely nobody, but the root comes through. The handshake is on the way. We see a 1-4-1. The support for the mid laner. That is all it's going to be. Delilah is exhausted, flashes over the wall. Control ward comes in. Pip wants to follow through. The heal is coming through for Delilah, and it looks like they're going to try for the execute. Pip wants to come in. Hunter Wolfsteal maybe getting the steal. Delilah disappears, though, underneath the Yordle. That is 2 kills for 1. CB Rush making it happen.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at this right here. You'll see, ultimately, like, CB Rush had okay positioning. I really did not think that this fight would overall go their way. Obsidian had a huge pickup on the Lux. The flash to get out of the death sentence was key. And then ultimately, Delilah actually was the one who took the lantern to get in there. The enchanted crystal arrow with a massive stun onto Delilah after she dove in. That was one of the major tide turners of this fight. And I mean, the rest is history. You saw the chase down, you saw the kill pick up gold to the Yordle. Only 1,000 gold though, despite all of that. I mean, it is what it is at this point, right? Cool Crab only level 5. Coach Pizza also level 5. Meanwhile, level 7 to the AD carries. Delilah currently sitting as blue cane. So interesting to see where they decide to go from there, because they are clearly opting for some damage. There goes an Enchantal Crysted Arrow towards the mid lane. It whiffs, and it whiffs, and it whiffs.
Yep, just, dodges and weaves right through all of them. I mean, you see the line, you can see the line of wards that Omega Gaming Obsidian have. It's very clear, like, hey, you know what? If anything is getting shot up, if any, we're seeing any roams up from the bottom side farther up, we're gonna see it. They get plenty of notice on those enchanted crystal arrows, so nothing should be too surprising unless one gets thrown out all the way back from base or something. If it comes from underneath the turret, they will know about it, and as long as they're paying attention, they will be able to react accordingly. But as you said, it's a little over 1,000 gold lead. Again, OGO, they were rocking a 2,000 gold lead before that fight around the top side red buff. They briefly lost a little bit of it. They're still shut down gold, though, on Demo and the King of Civil, so again, keep an eye out for it. That's a Delilah. Again, it is on the blue cane, so we're just bated breath seeing where this is going to go. Hunter Wolfsteal so far has been performing rather well. I'm interested to see who is actually going to get the next mythic. Kraken Slayer comes in first. Pip actually managed to stun Sauter into the wall. Slicing Maelstrom is a possibility. Slow comes through onto Pip, and the throw doesn't hit. So Pip just getting the chunk out damage onto Sauter and going to try to push this wave in.
I love this Gnar skin because you throw Sputnik. It's my favorite thing about Mega Gnar in this is you actually throw the Sputnik satellite. Absolutely incredible little piece of design by Riot Games for a tiny indie company. It is amazing what they managed to do for aesthetics here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow whiffing, however,
not quite in time for the handshake. Cool Crab is rather low. Final Spark does not pick up the kill. It actually goes over to Coach Pizza. Cool Crab with their second death of the game. Looks like it's 1-0 right now. A little bit of a camera back and forth tug of war there. Rutledge narrowly making it out of the knockup, but Delilah is still hunting. Coach Pizza with the handshake into the wall. There is no follow-up here. It's just the support just being annoying, just being a nuisance, and Delilah wants revenge for it. King Civil is going to get them in a pinch here. Hunter Wolfsteal knocks Civil into the wall. The flee comes through. The fear comes through. Shutdown goes over to Hunter Wolfsteal. Coach Pizza is trying to get out of there. We see Delilah trying to get the kill on Hunter Wolfsteal. Damage comes through, turns on to Coach Pizza. Renata Glass doesn't have the open anymore. The encore comes through. Demo with the double root manages to get 2 down. Hunter Wolfsteal still alive somehow, but not for long enough. In the meantime, Rutledge is the only one on the bottom side of the map left standing. Final Spark is back up already. The top laner is still duking it out, but that is 3 kills for 1 going, or 3 kills for 2 rather, going over to the side of Omega Gaming Obsidian.
If I didn't know that Rutledge was just an incredible player, I would swear he was scripting the amount of skill shots that he has sidestepped already. The flash that we saw in the top lane, we saw a huge sidestep on a death sentence right there as well in order to stay alive and stop the 4v4 or 5v4 ace ending up happening there. Incredible. That is Drake going over again. This is the exact opposite of what we saw last game in terms of the stacking and in terms of the control. But I mean, we've got a bit of a lane swap temporarily here. It does look like Sauter's heading back up, so that will be the end of that. Demo recalling. Look, Demo stepped behind tower, is recalling safely. He can learn.
Yeah, just picked up the wave, didn't want anything to get missed, and oh, Glacial. That's the Cathian Rain comes through, and King Civil with a very clean kill set up and gifted to them by Cool Crab on a silver platter. Notably, it looks like CB Rush actually might want to take advantage of this. King Civil is walking up alone. Hunter Wolfsteal is coming in. Cool Crab, if you can get the lantern out in time, maybe the hook comes in, stops Hunter Wolfsteal from being able to follow up. The fear doesn't come through. The handshake doesn't quite hit. Hunter Wolfsteal goes into the box. Cool Crab is on the run, flashes away from the final spark, and they get out of there. CB Rush. They get some flashes, they get the ultimates, but they don't get any kills.
He's so good. Cool Crab with a phenomenal set of plays. What do you expect a support to do in that situation, right? You think, oh, the support's going to flash and drop the lantern, right? Which is why you saw Hunter Wolfsteal kind of weaving everywhere, doing his best to really stay in the way of King Civil. So what does Cool Crab actually do? He hooks King Civil flays. King Civil drops the box around King Civil and then uses his flash to save himself. The lantern was not thrown at any point in time. He did everything else to keep King Civil safe. And there comes another hook. Look at the lantern, the flay.
Oh, and brings Demo right in to pick up the kill. Maybe not quite. Coach Pizza is on the run, and
he's
Pip
alive.
Is on the chase. Coach Pizza didn't die. Managed to get over the wall, used the flash. The enchanted crystal arrow actually just 1 second too late. Delilah and Sauter were able to dodge it. Pip out of Mega Gnar for now. Sauter still has a lot of energy built up. Pip needs to be very, very careful. Delilah is still lurking around. Goes in. Pip will probably die here underneath the turret. This is a mini Gnar, but doesn't quite. Delilah now actually getting chunked out. Between two turrets again, another auto attack comes through. Heal might just make it happen. The hook comes in from Cool Crab again. Hunter Wolfsteel goes unstoppable over the wall, but is in the middle of 3. The Hextech Gate is not an option to save you and runs away. And somehow, Oshi, nobody is dead.
Everybody lives. I mean, yeah, okay. Everyone's alive. Nothing happened. There's just random cooldowns have been blown for an unknown reason. Nothing. In the words of the President of the United States of America, nothing significant will change.
Oh, see, I thought you were gonna make a One Piece reference, Oshi. Nothing
I don't
happened.
watch anime.
I'm so disappointed. Anyways, yes, ultimates were blown, and there is nothing relevant that is spawning anytime soon. We got 2 minutes on the next dragon. I guess we got a blue buff spawning in a little bit. You know, that might be important. But other than that, nothing for the teams to fight over. So I guess not all is lost in a terrible sense. Delilah without the flash, though, could be important. Glacials will be coming out relatively soon, and so far King Civil and Glacial, they have not been too pressured to use their cleanses yet, despite a couple of deaths. And I mean, I'll say Demo and King Civil, this is kind of they're on the carry trains right now. We'll have to see who puts the carry pants on. It might be both of them.
Take a look at the CS difference in this top lane real quick. That is 30 CS lead for Pip right now. Absolutely doing work in terms of controlling this lane. Unfortunate for King Civil having lost this tower so early on. It's 17 minutes in right now, but so be it. Either way, a Kaiser with no tower is not a fun situation to be in, because sure, you've got a little bit of a move speed buff with your E, but it isn't exactly a get out of jail free card. Meanwhile, we have more hooks fishing through right now from the Cool Crab. We've just got some basic farming going on. Taking a look down, we have 4 mythics on one side and 5 mythics on the other. Right. This is Cool Crab recalling right now, and he does not finish his. So again, still a slight advantage there. However, only a 1,500 gold difference in the favor of the team with less mythics.
Yeah, and you know, notably, Coach Pizza was there when that bottom tier 1 was taken. That was the reward for that bottom scrap, where Cool Crab had the miraculous plays to keep them both alive. They lost the turret for it. If they had died, they would lose the turret. Anyways, Coach Pizza acting as bait here, actually. Hunter Wolfsteel and Glacial are here. The hostile takeover leads right into the enchanted crystal arrow, but there's just not enough damage, not enough follow up, and Coach Pizza is the one to fall.
Every fisherman knows that sometimes you lose your bait without a fish. That is exactly what we saw that time around. That is Rift Herald being dropped as well, so that's going to be some pressure into the mid lane under the assumption that gets dropped. That will be all of the gold going to Demo. No plates left, so nothing significant there. However, this is going to be Drake going down once again, starting up Soul Point. CBR is going to be feeling kind of strange, because this is a full tide turn.
I feel like I feel like nameplates aren't on the correct side. If it all, you know, at least from last game, it feels like OGO have swapped over to the blue side. Sauter going in again, has Slicing Maelstrom. Pip does not have Mega Gnar, but Hunter Wolfsteel is here for support. Slicing Maelstrom comes through. That's a stun underneath the turret. Hunter Wolfsteel has to get on out of there. One more auto attack will do it, but Sauter flashes away, keeps themselves alive.
And who is here? But of course, it's the Cool Crab.
Just in case.
He was just taking drag. He was just a dragon.
No.
Delilah, what are you doing?
Looks into the river, goes, oh, never mind, goodbye, I'm out of here, and he goes back to the safety of Cool Crab's waiting arms.
Anybody who has ever lived like in the northern United States or in Canada knows those days in January, February where you open your door and there's 4 feet of snow on the ground and it wasn't there yesterday, and you just kind of close it and go back to bed because you're not driving to work today. That is entirely what Delilah just saw, looking into the river saying, hey, I wonder if Scuttle Crab's home. Oh!
No.
He's got friends over.
I will gladly see myself out, and does just that. Delilah has the Prowler's Claw, Caulfield's Warhammer has the ability cooldown boots, and I was just about to call it out, has completed the tier, goes right into the Mana Mune, and it's evolved. It's already in action. It's a full 2 items set up, a full item lead over their opposing jungler. Mid laner, again, Demo performing phenomenal here. 5-1 wall on the Seraphine, has the Rylai's again. You know, Rutledge only has that Ludens, which, hey, you did call for. And Civil, also an item lead on the opposing ADC. We see Pip has gone for this multiple times. Sauter, though, again, should have the escape tools to get out of there. Pip's Meganart just won't last quite long enough. And Sputnik is just not hitting the target, Oshi.
I mean, it didn't when it was originally launched, and it isn't doing it now. It may have been the first of its kind, but that does not always mean it is the best of its kind.
Right.
So we, I mean, Pip is doing everything that he has to, though, right? He still has a solid 30 CS lead. He's keeping Sauter up here. Sauter, like we said, I mean, Kennen can fall behind. He's just a button push away from being useful. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow was inches, absolute inches away from hitting, and that is what we keep seeing. Glacial unafraid of just throwing it out, because he's not going to use it in his own lane, right? You take a look at where the lane is right now. He's a level down. The tower's already gone. They're not fighting down there. He's just picking up farm where he can here and there. Kane looking to go in on Rutledge here.
Yeah, is underneath the turret, is taking at least one more shot, goes down to half health. Rutledge managed to dodge.
And my sound is bugged.
Oh no. Oh no. Not the sound bug. Rutledge actually gets the root, and Delilah managed to dodge the last bit of damage. The auto attack comes through though, and Rutledge with the outplay. Unfortunately, King Civil is here. The Acathian Rain comes in. Will be underneath the turret. Will take at least one shot from this, and goes in with the Killer Instinct. Picks one up. Revenge for the jungler. No matter what Rutledge does, it doesn't go unpunished.
That was 2 flashes for 1, though. So that's the flash off of King Civil, the dash off of King Civil as well. The ultimate was expended there. And we do have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming right back up. There is no jungler alive, but there's also no Drake to worry about. Baron is up here after 20 minutes. So Hunter Wolfsteal just kind of in mid lane now, doing mid lane things as a horse, because where else can he be? It's one of those unfortunate situations of the state of the game. This bot lane tower still has not gone down, and it looks like they have no interest in forcing it either. I mean, Cool Crab walked away. He didn't drop word. He just kind of walked away and then turned around and came back. They don't want to get ganked from behind, but they've got good vision. I mean, it'd be pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, OGO have been doing a phenomenal job of warding this game. Again, the vision around the bottom side has been absolutely phenomenal. You know, compensating a little bit for Glacial having that additional vision with the Hawk shot. But you know, that being said, like taking a look at the map, it doesn't feel like a game where Omega Gaming and Obsidian are necessarily super far ahead if you just look at the state of the map. Pip and Delilah just say hello to each other real quick. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does hit, but Thresh Lantern is right there, and Delilah is stunned for an eternity, goes down to half health. We'll need to be very, very careful as they start setting up for, again, this will be for Hex Tech Soul here.
Yeah, again, for those of you who don't know Ashe that well, the farther away that the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is fired from, the longer the stun duration is. So across map, that is a massive stun. That's a decent amount of damage from Rutledge as well. Demo should be able to heal that back up pretty easily. He decides to clear wave instead. And now we have pain happening.
Yep. The fight is going to commence relatively soon. Hunter Wolfsteal wants to go in with the onslaught of shadows, and Demo is just going to fall. Managed to hit the encore before they die, and here we see the exchange of ultimates come in. The damage is absolutely massive out of Sauter and Kingston with the Killer Instinct, but it is still only a 2-4-2 for the time being. Hunter Wolfsteal has taken down Sauter. The Void Seekers come in, but Killer Instinct has already been popped. Both junglers are still alive. Cool Crab goes in. The Flay comes through. The hook managed to hit. Coach Pizza is on the run. Hunter Wolfsteal and Coach Pizza are the only 2 left standing. Coach Pizza is a single auto attack away from death. Hunter Wolfsteal is playing the hero for the support. Just might be playing the hero for the game. Takes down Delilah. Cool Crab is in his own box. The King and King Civil managed to go on a rampage with the Void Seekers. It's ADC versus jungler. Hunter Wolfsteal on the chase down. Hunter Wolfsteal with the triple kill. That's going to be Dragon. That's going to be Soul. Stopped, and CB Rush are right back in this game.
Multiple teleports coming in. They don't want to stop just yet, but what we saw right there is something we talked about after the last game, just a lack of good communication. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow from downtown.
The communication is massive. Unfortunately, there's a little miscommunication there. Rutledge is the one that still takes down Demo, even without the final spark. Again, we're seeing another TP come through from Pip, and all Sauter can do is try to run away. But Hunter Wolfsteal, the horse, is just too fast. The Yordle is not as fast as lightning. Finally, Hextech Drake will be going over to the side of CD Rush.
Absolutely incredibly unfortunate situation right there for OGO. King Civil got blast coned into the Drake pit, which, okay, that's not the best situation. Take a look at this fight, first off. I mean, overall, incredible follow-up right here, able to pick up yet another kill. Look at Cool Crab go. King Civil turned to Drake. Again, communication problems. Didn't follow through. Picks up one right there. And now look, the blast cone goes off. He set it off himself to send himself into Dragon Pit and then continues trying to take the dragon while his jungler and his support are fighting, ultimately resulting in all three of them dying. A bit of a communication issue. Yes, he managed to pick up one of them, but again, ultimately not able to clean up the entire team, which resulted in the continuing teleport battles and ultimately Drake going the opposite direction. So Soul was not taken yet.
Right.
And now King Civil has to be very concerned.
Invested the cleanse there to get out of it, but that Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be up much, much faster. And again, now gold, dead even. It's like a 200 gold difference overall off of what was a almost 3,000 gold lead at one point. And again, now it feels like for CB Rush, you've stabilized, you're feeling a little bit better. I mean, you know, turrets, CB Rush even has more turrets. Like, that was the point that I was going to make before that team fight even broke out. CB Rush were the ones that they've taken all the tier 1 turrets. Top lane tier 1 is still standing, so while they weren't getting the kills, they were absolutely still winning their lanes, and for the most part, that you can see in the CS, well, actually, Demo has far and away out-farmed Rutledge, but Rutledge has kind of been all over the place, trying to pick up waves wherever he can, while Demo has been safely in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the gold differences in lane in the overall, 700 difference in the top lane, 1,000 in the jungle, but then you hit mid lane where you have a 2,000 gold difference, right? Right. And then you hit the ADC where you have a 2,000 gold difference. You know, so it's super close. Strictly.
Okay,
well,
continue.
That wasn't close at all.
That wasn't close. Yeah, that wasn't close at all. We're seeing why the bot lane has a 2,000 gold lead. Coach Pizza is just getting sliced and diced here. Rutledge is getting a ton of damage onto Delilah, and Hunter is the one that picks up the kill. The fear lands onto King Civil, who flashes into a wall. Manages to get brought back to safety by the Cool Crab, but a 1-for-1 trade, jungler for support. Jungler that was 3-3-8 for support, that was 1-5-7. I think you'll take that trade for CB Rush. And,
yeah,
oh no, Sauter.
Sauter
might be able to escape, does manage to just dodge the root, but is walking directly into a wall. Slicing Maelstrom comes through. He's going to try to get a trade onto Rutledge here and does manage to do it. The final spark does a fair amount of damage. Hunter will be able to get the kill, but a good trade from Sauter to at least make it a 1-for-1.
I have to say, like, Sauter is very good at Kennen in terms of being able to do exactly that. Trade right. Damage, trade kills, trade situations. What he seems to have a couple issues with is interaction knowledge, right? So every time Hunter Wolfsteal has been behind him, he keeps trying to lightning rush his way through Hunter Wolfsteal, right? Right. But Hecarim just knocks you back, and that you're SOL at that point, right? Right. So it's just a bit of, again, a knowledge differential right there, where if you know Hunter Wolfsteal on the Hecarim has already started using the not the devastating charge, his W, the Spirit of Dread, right?
Yes.
No, sorry, I was right. It's his devastating charge. I'm incorrect.
The W is the W is the Spirit of Dread.
Yes, but the devastating charge is what I was trying to talk about. Yeah. When he has the devastating charge already going, hold your lightning rush, right? Just don't use your E. Wait until you get hit, then use your E and use the move speed advantage you have now to get away. Those are little things that he hasn't been doing so far. He's been running into situations like that with Pip and with the Gnar ultimate as well. He tries to dash away after he's already in a situation where he's going to be eating the Gnar ultimate whether he wants to or not. So he's just kind of losing a little bit of efficiency on the cannon. Now, like, he's doing wonderful otherwise. 2, 3, and 3 is nothing to shake a stick at. He's doing a ton of damage. He's incredibly useful for the CC. It's just those little steps that can really, really put him over the edge.
Right. And we're seeing now, again, the little things that will put both teams over the edge. We're taking a look at items. Glacial has actually managed to even up the items on the bottom side of the map. Mid and 80, or, mid and support are still a little, there's still a 1 item differential, but the action is going to happen now. We're going to have to see whose wallet is bigger. We see the Berserk come through. Rutledge is actually going to have to run away from Delilah, but we'll actually be able to make it out just barely. We're seeing a TP coming through from Sauter. Meanwhile, Hunter is on the other side of the map, underneath the turret with the Kaisa. We see the Slicing Maelstrom get locked up by Pip. Pip doing exactly what they need to do, and Hunter is still alive somehow. The sustain from these Qs is coming in absolutely massive. A double kill for Glacial now, cleaning up these kills. Demo, Civil, Sauter, all down. This is going to be the mid lane tier 2 and potentially more for CB Rush. They have turned this game around. It is firmly in their grasp.
That is what a 5v4 gets you in the perfect situation. There was no Kennen to be seen, teleported in super late, and as soon as Kennen showed up, as soon as the teleport came out for Sauter, there was a Mega Gnar ready for the stun, locked him in place, nothing you could do. Sauter does not have, he didn't have a stopwatch. He couldn't keep himself alive. He just had to eat all of the damage that came at him after he got stunned. Delilah almost caught out once again, really wants to kill Rutledge.
Yeah, Delilah is bloodthirsty. He managed to get 1 kill finally back, picking up their 4th, but again, they still lose the Drake. They're still not at soul. I mean, you're now, 1.5k down for the side of OGO, and looks like they're actually looking to set up around the Baron. I mean, if you're CB Rush, I'm not sure you're expecting this. They have just recalled, they have just reset. They have a little bit of vision, or actually, yeah, they don't have any vision on that topside jungle. I'm not sure they even know this is happening. We see the TP coming through. They just might now be aware. This Baron is down, the Baron is dead, and CB Rush are far too late to make a difference.
They rushed B when they didn't rush B when they should have rushed B, so CB Rush was not in a hurry. Ultimately, they just kind of walked themselves back out. I mean, you would think that that would be one of the first things Glacial checked, right? After that, throw the hawk shot out, see where everybody is. Didn't see it come across. There is 2, I repeat, 2 Farsight alterations, neither of which were used in that situation. Again, one of them was on the wrong side of the map with Glacial in the bot lane there, but nothing was done by Rutledge to throw his out either. They had, as you said, absolutely no idea, because why would they go for Baron there? They just got wiped, right? It's not a standard play, but the question is, were they just taking it off the board, or can they actually make something happen with it?
Right. I mean, at the very least, it's a quick 1,500 influx of gold. They can go back, they can spend it. We see Delilah now with the Yomu's Ghostblade. Sauter has completed the Void Staff. They've, almost completed the item differential, but Hunter has now picked up the GA as well, so not quite there. And I mean, even in the ADC slot, we see the BF Sword versus, oh, hold on. We might actually have a little bit of action here, but anyways, the BF Sword versus the Last Whisper, so itemization is getting pretty equal across both teams, and we actually see a phenomenal route here into a Last Spark that is going to be coming off the cooldown very, very quickly. It'll be back in action before this, before this siege is over. Well, actually, Pip is on the top side of the map. Pip is coming down on a phenomenal flank over here. We're going to have to see if he can make anything happen with it, but it seems like, again, there's just going to be a Baron siege, and CB Rush are respecting it.
Yeah, I mean, if Pip had decided to really go in for that flank, Sauter would have seen it coming before he could have engaged too heavily. So they kind of had an idea overall. Cool Grab is a little low, but again, it's kind of his job, right? Now they just need to run that disengage, maybe drop the box early. Oh, wow, what a split to get away from that arrow. Nobody really having anything to worry about. Successful siege on the 1 tower. But, I mean, you expect a lot from Baron power plays, and they've picked up 1 tier 2 tower so far.
Right, they haven't sent anybody off to split push in the top lane, which would be a relatively easy tier 1 to take. It's just cool sitting on the map. They haven't taken it yet, but Maybe they're assuming they'll be able to take it at some other point. Baron will actually be falling off relatively soon here, and the next dragon spawns in 2 minutes. We see the pings coming out. They want to start setting up around that. They're not as concerned with those neutral objectives. Again, they are on soul point. One more dragon here puts them into the Hextech Soul, which is quite powerful, although, you know, it is one of those weird things where Hextech Soul, I believe, currently has like the second lowest win rate in solo queue. So hey, you know what, maybe having a static shiv on every single one of your characters actually isn't that strong.
Hey, this ain't your typical solo queue though, right? This is your grandmother's solo queue.
Yeah. You know, they've had to walk uphill both ways in the snow without shoes on solo queue.
In their dad's pajamas at that.
Exactly, with holes in them. But, you know, it's probably a little bit better in a coordinated play for sure. And again, when I say it has the second lowest win rate, it still has like a 90.4% win rate or something like that. So, you know, getting soul is still quite powerful, and that will force CB Rush to fight there every single time, pretty much no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. And is that something that OGO really wants to deal with, though, right? Because team fights not necessarily in their favor at this point. That is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow down, so that gives them about a 40-second window, I believe, is what we're looking at for that. 50 seconds, my apologies, off by a little bit, but that is about 3 seconds. No, it'll come up exactly as Drake spawns. Never mind. So, you know, okay, good use of it by Glacial right there. Kind of taking a look, knowing his cooldown, saying, I'm just going to rip this top lane. If we hit somebody, great. If we don't, whatever.
Right.
Nothing gained, nothing lost in the end. And OGO, I mean, yeah, you've got positioning here, but you're giving up wave push on an open inhibitor. So you really got to be worried. Sure, you can take soul, but is it worth your base?
Obviously, Relic actually going in with the final spark, just getting a little bit of vision, and the shield does have to come through from Demo, just trying to negate some of that damage. Delilah, again, just scouting, just seeing where the team is, where CB Rush are, what are they going to do, and we actually see a ton of wards on the bottom side of the map for Omega Gaming Obsidian. They have been phenomenal with their vision game so far. We see both supports cresting that 100 mark on the vision score. Coach Pizza gets hit by quite a bit, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, OGO, that's their go sign. Cool Crowd manages to get a hook onto Pip. The double root, or the double slow comes into the root, and King Civil, the blast plane actually managed to just save him, just barely, and Delilah takes down Coach Pizza, but the hostile takeover was already used. The knock into the wall from Pip stops the rest of the team fight from Omega Gaming Obsidian. 3 more kills go in. Delilah is the only one that can get anything else in trade. After the light might manage to flash away, but again, you can't outrun the horse. You can't outrun Pip. It is a 2 for ace, and that is going to be soul point now for the side of CB Rush. Actually, it looks like they're just going for the inhibitor. They have a wave. They might just be able to end the game. There's 30 seconds on the next respawn.
I would not be pushing Drake right now. You go in, you pick this inhib up, then you judge on your confidence level based on the respawn timers and decide whether or not it's something that you actually want to do. GG's being typed in the chat by Red Team already. As you said, Cannon Minion is here. That's a very, very tanky horse as well. This is a very easy end as well. CBR turning this game on its head. From what we saw in the beginning, there was a 2,000 gold lead, dropped to 1,000, quick turnaround, and look at this, only a 1,300 difference in the end as well. I mean, as close as you could possibly ask for in terms of gold differentials, but you had an 11-2 Hunter Wolfsteal, showing why he is one of the most threatening players in this league.
Yeah, and is, you know, CB Rush overall are proving, you know, time and time again, like, again, reminder, last week, this was the team that pushed, you know...
I want to cut you off real quick just for the replay here. Look at this flash over by Glacial. Follows right through, picks up King, and that was one of the most crucial plays. He absolutely chews through Solder because, hey, guess what he ended up building? He has a Kraken Slayer, a Phantom Dancer, and an Infinity Edge. That's so much damage. Only quote-unquote 13,000 damage from the Ashe right there. 5, 3, and 6, though. But that last play, that flash over the wall to follow up, to pick up the kill on the main damage source, that was King Civil. Huge turn in that fight.
Yeah, it's exactly what turned it around. And this game for CB Rush, they showed they can still win from behind too. You know, they got behind early. OGO, it seemed like they were having the early game that CB Rush had previously. They were able to make it happen. And again, it was on the back of Hunter, who 2 games in a row now has just felt like the player who is saying, all right, guys, just follow me. Just do what I'm doing. I'm going to make the call. Trust me. And we'll go in and we'll win the game. That's exactly what they did. But I will say for Omega Gaming Obsidian, again, it felt like they were close on this one, right? They were closer than last game. So you can hold on to that hope. Maybe in that game 3, that's where they'll be able to lock it down. But again, it feels like Oshi, those communication, like a couple of communication errors just fell through. Like that one fight around what would have been sole point for them where King Civil just wasn't with the team. It felt like they were maybe a little bit too confident in their damage capabilities and they just didn't come together as 3 to take on, the remainder of CB Rush.
Exactly. The conversation that they really need to be having it for like Omega Gaming Obsidian have to be having right now is who's calling the shots? Okay, everybody listen to them. Full stop, right?
Right.
A lot of the interviews that we've had, that's one of the things that you and I love to ask them. Who's your shot caller? How do you handle that? And so forth. And so many of these teams say, well, we just kind of all put input and, we all
Right.
just this or we all just that. And then every now and then there's, well, this person just goes and does their own thing and everybody follows.
Right.
Okay, fine. If that's what works for you guys, great. But in those situations where it's mid but also kind of post fight, right? You have to as a team determine, are we continuing this or are we falling back? And that's where you need to have one voice that
Right.
overrules everybody. If everybody wants to have input, fine, but that one person, whatever they say is what you have to do. Right?
Yep.
And that's the difference maker in my opinion that we see between these two teams.
Yeah. Exactly. We had an interview with CB Rush earlier in the season where they were talking about like, yeah, when Rutledge makes the call to go in, we go in, we make it happen. And I think we saw some of that on this game, but I think definitely this feels like Hunter has said, all right, you know what, Rutledge, give me the mic just for this series and let's see what happens because they have been absolutely performing. We'll have to see if CB Rush can keep this train going or if Omega Gaming Obsidian can now complete the reverse sweep. Remember, it is a best of 5. They would have to win 3 in a row to get a rematch with Dorado Gaming Omega. They're Omega sisters. They're not actually the same org, but it's both Omega and we both. It's so frustrating because we call them Omega and then it
Dorado
is
Gaming, Omega
Omega
Gaming.
Gaming Obsidian. But hey, we might not have to deal with it anymore. We'll have to see if CB Rush can send the one Omega team home and make it, an intergroup winners bracket finals. But don't go anywhere. We're going to get into game 3 in just a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to CB Rush versus Omega Gaming Obsidian. It is now 2-0 Oshi for Omega Gaming Obsidian. This is elimination. They do not have any more lives. They do not have any more stocks. One more final KO, and they are out of here. And CB Rush will have made basically the entire lower bracket run, which, again, I don't think really anybody was expecting.
Well, I'm not going to say I was, but I'm sure not going to say I wasn't. After the way that we saw them play throughout the season, we knew that all of the pieces were there. They just needed to figure out how to put them together, and that is exactly what we have been saying is their biggest strength in this series and in every series that we have seen throughout the entire losers bracket is that they have taken everything out there, all 5 members, and kind of pieced them together to give them that great big fist. And they're just snapping teams one by one by one into the dust.
Right.
And quite frankly, if you are Omega Gaming Obsidian right now, it's not a champion thing, right? I mean, obviously that's what you hope it is, because then you can just ban that one champion. The problem is consistency and communication. We keep talking about it. It's a dead horse at this point in time. So
and not
where do we see? No, that Hecarim didn't die. Although it is a dead horse, that's a good point.
You see,
it's a dead horse. But I'll tell you what, OGO was certainly not beating a dead horse like we are.
No.
So where do we see the changes come through? We keep saying that if Delilah can get her snowball rolling, she has carried so many games. We keep saying if King Crab can get his snowball rolling, he can carry so many games. But they aren't able to get just the one snowball.
Yep. Oshi, what I want to see, I know you said I might need some coaching, but I still do know a thing or two about some League of Legos. Okay. Again, we see the Tark ban, Hecarim ban, GP ban. If I'm Omega Gaming Obsidian, we've seen Delilah on multiple picks. One thing that hasn't come up, Fiddlesticks. That's a phenomenal pick. You want something that can literally strike fear, literally and figuratively strike fear in the hearts of CB Rush, Fiddlesticks. But also, this is a pick that I think has just been super strong right now, is super slept on, is Lilia.
Talk about literally getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I'm not even looking at your camera, but you know me. I love me some Lilia. But honestly, I think a Lilia jungle would be absolutely phenomenal. It has some pretty decent CC. If you get ahead on a Lilia, if you get a kill up on a Lilia early in the game and you get an early Leandries, the Leandries plus the passive burn on Lilia will kill anybody that's not like Ornn from 20% HP, right? You just have to run away from them, which Lilia is great at. So we'll see. We've seen Delilah pop off on those champions. I want to see more of that. Otherwise, bans for CB Rush have not changed. Why would they? They have worked just fine. For OGO, their ban strategy has clearly changed. They take away the Tark, they take away the Wukong, and they take away the Hecarim. Now we're going to have to see, they're on blue side this time. They have selected it, and they go with the B1MF.
Yeah, I cannot blame them for this pick at all. They have banned it every single time because they did not want it to be first picked by CB Rush. We have seen misfortune turn the tide of many a team fight. That is an insta-lock Seraphine Gnar. Again, love the Gnar. It's a comfort pick at this point. It's a good blind pick as well. Seraphine is a beautiful flex pick, beautiful and a flex pick at that. So I know. Chat loves
Skarner Nation, rise up.
Skarner Nation, I agree.
Scorpion right.
Seraphine is what she is, though, and there's nothing that we can do about it because they're not banning her. So we have to witness it one more time. The karma, possibly to counteract it coming out. That could also be a mid. We have seen also top lane karma.
Right.
The real question is, what are we going to see her on? And Delilah, she pulls out a ghost of her own.
You know what? Hey, I'm a fan. You want something greedy, you want something aggressive, just, Seraphine's up on her stage, just turn out the lights. She can't sing anymore from there. Well, it's not a definite, but anyways, you know what I am saying. We'll save that call for the rest of the game. But again, I will say Seraphine into MF. I like the Trundle pickup as well. This is talk about a beefy comp already, but a little bit about the, Seraphine in the MF. You can root her, sure, but the big thing is you can just hit the encore button and that bullet time is no more.
And you can also stun her. You can also knock her backwards. You can knock her upwards with a pillar even. All 3 of these CB Rush champions can hard counter the bullet time ultimate. That is a Rakan bans. So
Yeah.
I mean, this is the second time that they've done that where we were pretty sure we were looking at
Mhm.
a support and then they banned supports. Anyways,
Yeah.
clearly some good research going on.
This could definitely be. I mean, this could definitely be. A solder pickup. Solder on the Karma. I wouldn't be too surprised. We already saw the Maokai pickup, but more of a supportive champion. But
Mhm.
CB Rush, they've taken away the Rakan. They banned the Amumu again. Again, just in case that Karma. It does have the possibility to be flexed, and if the Amumu is open, Amumu Misfortune is a phenomenal lane. So, but if you're OGO, in theory, you have your bottom lane picked out. You only have your solo laners left. And for CB Rush, you've already picked your top laner. This actually, this might actually give Omega Gaming Obsidian a chance to, depending on what else they pick for CB Rush, to get a couple of counter picks in they wouldn't necessarily otherwise have had.
Yeah, exactly. We're in a situation where we are looking at what are you going to pick as CB Rush? You're either showing your hand on the Seraphine as
Hmm.
support or showing your hand on the Seraphine as mid lane. Essentially is what you're looking at here by either picking an AD carry or a mid laner. I mean, I
Right.
assume an AD carry comes out. Senna, which could
Wow.
be a fasting bot lane here with the Seraphine, but we could still see both the Seraphine
Yeah.
or the Senna mid lane as well. We have seen Senna mid this season too. So I'm really interested in what OGO is going to pick here because Nocturne is obviously the biggest of dive champions, but
Right.
nothing else, like neither of the other champions really work well with that.
Hmm.
So we need to see some kind of hard engage. They're heavy lacking in CC. That is going to be a Karma mid lane.
You called for the Pike ban, and instead it's the Pike pick. So yeah, Karma again. You said mid lane, top. I still have
It
top,
is.
and
It is
there it
top.
is. The Vex is picked up as well. Hey, there's your dive buddies. They'll make quite a
Hmm.
splash indeed.
Get it?
Yes, I do get it.
Yeah. And the reset possibilities with Vex as well. So all in all, decent for OGO here. They've got OKCC, OK Poke, OK Dive, decent kill potential, a whole lot of damage if it works out for them. But CB Rush, they pick up the Anivia, so this is going to be a
Right.
Seraphine Senna bot lane. Whether or not it's fasting who or which, we don't know yet. We'll see that when it gets transferred hands in the actual pick
Right.
itself. But as it stands, this Anivia is going to be able to hold off the push in the mid lane incredibly
Mhm.
well. But whether or not she can survive Vex Nocturne in lane
Right.
is really the question you have to ask because that wall is not keeping either of them out.
Exactly. And you do have the ultimate once you get there to you can just drop it on yourself or whoever you think the Nocturne is going to be targeting as long as they're, once you get into the team fight stage. But I will say, looking at CB Rush's comp, maybe it's part of being on red side, but compared to the first game, including the second game, it's just been this transition to a much more defensive comp. This much
Hmm.
more, they're not going to be as aggressive. They're not going to be diving in as much. Although that said, they still might be. They could probably make this work anyways. But I think with that Anivia pick, it forces Rutledge, be slightly slower. But again, we've seen Rutledge just be an absolute monster on basically anything that they pick up in that mid lane. And just like as you said, I'm very interested to see how he will do on this Anivia pick going into such an aggressive dive composition, especially with that Pike if he starts making roams up as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of an all the marbles situation on Rutledge right here because if he misplays and this Vex gets ahead, my goodness, that is going to be bad news bears for the CB Rush bot lane as well because neither of them are going to be particularly tanky until very late in the
Hmm.
game. If it is the fasting Senna with the Seraphine carry, like the Senna support, I mean, then that Senna is not going to be doing a whole lot until very late in the game as well. And then
Hmm.
itemization is going to matter a significant amount on top of that too. So really how they play this it's kind of questionable. The Karma into the Gnar will be interesting too. There's a lot of good utility options for Karma in the dual situations. Being able to
Right.
pop the ultimate with your W and heal all of that damage back up as well. Very good. You have the E for a good shield and getaway option. But
Hmm.
ultimately, Karma is not going to be killing Gnar either. I'm going to
Right.
say that right now, and now it's going to end up happening. But
Of course, it's inevitable.
traditionally speaking, right? the karma should not really be killing the Gnar. The Gnar's
Mhm.
probably not killing the karma either. So again, this kind of the whole pick of the karma is to stalemate this Gnar and force him
Right.
into a situation where he cannot be in the team fights. So when you
Mhm.
take a look at a straight up 4v4, look at CB Rush without the Gnar, and it's
Right.
nowhere near as threatening.
Exactly. So, and that's something else to look at. Not only the potential 1-4 split, but also if we go into a more of a 1-3-1 at any point, and the Senna global, right, wherever the Nocturne is going to go, is the Senna going to have the stacks? Is the Senna going to be able to reach with that Dawning Shadow to provide whatever support CB Rush can without necessarily having to group up? They've been very coordinated, but when the lights are out, will that Dawning Shadow be able to keep their teammates alive is the question. I'm fully expecting for Omega Gaming Obsidian. I'm expecting Cool Crab and Delilah to just form a gang squad, like again, literally, and just go to every lane, just checking their bases. Okay, flash blown. Let's go there. Let's get a kill there and start racking up that shared gold from the Pike ultimate and start getting Delilah ahead just aggressively as possible. Like again, you're down 2-0. This is a best of 5 series. If you want, somebody needs to carry. It looks like they've given themselves 3 really good options for it. They're just gonna have to actually make it happen this time.
Yeah, I mean, if Delilah can do what we keep expecting Delilah to do,
Right.
this will be an insane game because that Nocturne is
Mhm.
going to hit the back line. The ultimate, the Q, one auto attack will pop whoever their target is.
Right.
As of that point, all of CB Rush is going to turn around and
Mhm.
Misfortune's just going to do Misfortune things. So
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
really going to be a hit miss situation for them. Meanwhile, on CB Rush, all they have to do is survive, right?
Yeah.
If they can just survive a little longer. I mean, you know what? I was going to say, as long as they survive a little longer, they're going to get the advantage of having that Senna support or that Seraphine support where you kind of end up having 5 champions to 4.5 champions, but it's Pike. So not really, but you have the
Mhm.
Karma in the top lane instead. So yeah,
Right.
really.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different play than the Kennen in the top lane. Doesn't necessarily have the carry potential. But just as you said, I have my eyes on King Civil, right? Had a couple of times there in the previous games where you run a little bit sooner or you don't run away and you win the team fight, you potentially win the game. So eyes on King Civil, a phenomenal player, right? Overall, just a very strong player. There is a reason, right, that King Civil was first team all pro. We just have to see that level of play come out of them again. But we got you've heard it twice. You'll hear it for a third time tonight. If you want to level up your own play, you can go and check out Pro Comps, all-in-one drafting tool for coaches and players alike. You can use it in your own games to give you draft analysis, gameplay analysis to figure out who you should be targeting and how best to win. You can use our code. It's down below for the link or in the chat. CCS at checkout for 50% off. After this game, we're either going to be 50% of the way through the series or we are going to be done. Stick around, find out, grab some popcorn, come back and sit down in just a couple of minutes. We'll be getting into game 3 of Omega Gaming Obsidian versus CB Rush.
Culture.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to CB Rush versus Omega Gaming Obsidian. OGO are on the blue side this game, and CB Rush are on the red. You know what, Oshi? Maybe what it was is that CB Rush, like, they had their colors. They were dressed in their colors. Oh, maybe it's... Okay, we're starting to see the level 1. I was going to be honest. Okay, never mind. Pip's out of there. Maybe it's CB Rush, they don't have their own team color buff, you know?
I'm not saying...
They're blue.
There was a music note next... okay. Anyways, here we are. What can we say? I'm a Vex main. She's just so fun. People get trolled by the fear, and her shadow's so cute. I can't do it. Either way, taking a look at this whole thing, we mentioned it while we were loading into one another, and I'm going to bring it up for you guys that are watching as well. Rutledge, absolutely fearless in this game, running Electrocute and Ignite on this Anivia, wants to go toe-to-toe with this Vex. Do it. Why not?
We were slightly wondering where the damage might come from for the side of CBR, and I mean, I guess it's the Anivia. I guess that's the answer. Once those glacial storms start popping off, it's hardly even an ultimate. It's basically just another ability that just comes up pretty quickly. So something to keep an eye on.
I love it because now it's all 3 legendary birds, right? It's Anivia.
Oh my god!
With Electrocute and Ignite. So it's all 3 legendary birds.
That's why you did the Pikachu thing.
What's helpful?
Okay. Anyways, I didn't realize Mr. Pikachu himself was was coming and visiting the CCS. But I don't, I would love my wonderful color caster Oshi Dash back. In the meantime, taking a look at what the junglers are doing. Delilah is once again going for the full clear. No shade to you, Oshi. I appreciate the impression. I'm a Pokemon fan. You know this. It comes down Solder. Solder might actually, I'm going to be honest, Solder on this Karma actually could probably pop up. I'm a little worried for Pip, and Relish is getting chunked out quite a bit as well. Anyways, back to the junglers. Delilah going for the full clear. Hunter Wolfsteal has gone red, wolves, blue into Gromp, so actually skip the chickens and the Krugs to clear out the bottom side. Relatively interesting, but again, these mid laners are trading aggressively. Cool Crab actually manages to get the hook. The stun comes through onto Glacial. Exhaust onto King Civil is cleansed, and summoner spells are traded aggressively on the bottom side of the map, though no flashes are burned. Everything else is. Hunter Wolfsteal is here. Cool Crab once again with the hook. Goes Hunter Wolfsteal on the other side. King Civil actually walks forward to try to get a little bit of damage. The root comes in, and first blood goes over to Hunter Wolfsteal, who has already been so dominant in this series, wants to keep the train moving.
And again, Cool Crab using every single piece of his kit to try and keep his AD carry alive. King Civil in an unfortunate scenario where there's just far too much to try and avoid in one go. Pizza getting in there and getting himself some additional souls. Cool Crab setting up for Delilah here, but I don't think too much is going to come from it.
Yeah, the root didn't come down. These bone skewers have been extremely precise, forcing the flash out of Coach Pizza, and Delilah still might get the kill. The fear comes through. Coach Pizza falls. The junglers are both 1-0 up right now.
Yeah, that is definitely something that you will end up taking because, hey, guess what? That's probably going to be at least a play. They want to dive.
They want more, and that's just Glacial dead. Delilah now picking up the second kill of the game. The top laners are still duking it out. Meganar is here. Sauter, that's a flash for a flash, and Pip is the one that gets stopped by the turret. Sauter gets chunked out. One more chomp will do it. The turret fires up. A Hunter Wolfsteal from the bottom side of the map charged straight up through the river to the top side to make another play happen. 2 for 2 so far in kills.
He is, honestly, I see that as a throw in the face of all people, Cool Crab. Because after that last game, like, Cool Crab was everywhere on that Thresh, constantly. So being able to make the entire trek up there, Rutledge almost going to the egg very early on as well. Demo, I mean, just showing a good bit of prowess on this Vex as well. Not just in terms of the farm that he is up, but also the overall harassment coming through. I mean, you said yourself, Rutledge gonna have to take that step back. You're on Anivia now. You're not playing something hyper aggressive. Having a bit of issues with that as Demo taking full advantage of the champion advantage he has.
Yeah, and Demo, on a little bit more of a champion with some more agency, a little bit more outplay potential. Was previously on the Xerath, then was on the Seraphine. So this gives them the chance to, really feel quite strong in this game. And again, Vex is a champion that can absolutely 1v9. We've seen it before. The reset on the ultimate is massive, and Glacial has to use the root. Okay, yep, they're fine. But, there's 3 different roles right now that as we said, that OGO can carry from. They just need one of them to pop off. They just need one of them to do really well, have the team coordinate behind them, and then they can win the game. But so far, CB Rush, they're down in gold, but they have Dragon priority. They're going to start with this Infernal Dragon, and again, they're gonna take the additional damage anywhere that they can find it. Starting off with the Infernal Dragon, you couldn't get much worse than that.
No, it's one of the best possible options for them in that early game. I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't have had, turn their heads to an Ocean Drake either. Would be incredible for this bot lane in particular. But the early Drake is the advantage of having this so-called double support bot lane, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter who you are as a jungler, there's going to be more than enough healing to kind of keep you rolling throughout the entire time, so long as you get the priority down there, which they did. Mm-hmm. But now Glacial sitting a good 19s. What an ultimate by Pip in that hop.
Pip knows exactly what to do on this Gnar. Has been phenomenal so far throughout this series, and Sauter's still having a fairly good time though, but Pip, despite, fighting into what is going to be more consistently a ranged champion, has been doing quite well. And both top laners, they've expended their TPs, they've expended their flashes, and again, for the most part, they've been left to their own devices, save for a single visit from Hunter.
Yeah, keep in mind that this is actually a Grasp of the Undying karma. So going to be healing up every now and then on top of the the empowered W usages as well. So Pip, like I was saying early on, going to have a difficult time picking up kills on this karma. Already done it once. Looks like Hunter Wolf wants round 2.
Yeah, Hunter is being so aggressive consistently on all of these picks that they have, is impacting every lane except, it hasn't even really impacted the mid lane. Relic has been relatively safe, but we see the Bone Skewer come through. The damage goes on to Glacial. King Civil gets exhausted a little bit too late, and Coach Pizza cannot save their AP carry.
Yeah, that is entirely why you pick Pike. Oh my, again?
Done on to Sauter, not enough time. The Gnar does not hit. Sauter's going to root onto Pip. The turret comes through. Not the turret, but tower comes through, and Sauter is once again getting chased underneath the turret. Hunter Wolfsteal is going to fall to another turret shot, though, and just barely manages to stay alive. Meanwhile, Cool Crab is underneath the turret and attacks Coach Pizza. So does King Civil. Coach Pizza gets a double kill and trades their life for it. What is it with CBR supports and winning underneath the turret?
I mean, it's less of a win this time compared to what we've seen previously because they died. However, trading a 2-for-1 and a flash, you'll take any day of the week. And
it's like, and the thing is, oh, okay, well, that's a dead Glacial. All right. Okay. Anyways, I will say this is different. This is different than a Leona getting 3 kills. This is still a Senna getting 2 kills, right? This is like she can, even though she is a support, she can absolutely chunk out that damage if she needs to.
Oh yeah, without question, and that's what we were saying, right? Is if it goes late enough, it's like having a 5th carry demo in a situation. You Cool Crab again, just in the right spot to kind of help out and make sure that demo gets away safely. Probably would have been okay after the flash anyways, but still, that extra little piece of insurance in the back pocket is just the little things that you love to see. The awareness of Cool Crab is pinnacle.
Exactly. And for the side of, oh goodness, King Civil needs to be careful here. The root comes through and Hunter Wolfsteal gets caught up in the bullet time, is underneath the turret. Cool Crab with the hook managed to get the shutdown onto the jungle, and that fully charged up turret is doing a number to Coach Pizza. Meanwhile, top laners are duking at it again, but it's a 1-for-1 on the bottom side. Hunter Wolfsteal gets shut down. Oh, Pip manages to knock Karma into the wall. Sauter isn't going to be able to get out of this one anytime soon unless they can even land a phenomenal route. Meanwhile, we'll go back down to the bot lane. Cool Crab has to flash on out of there. Coach Pizza wants to go in with the flash follow, but Delilah is on the AAP carry, is on the Seraphine, and Seraphine goes down. Delilah is on a rampage, is going to pick up a 5th kill. The double kill comes in. Sauter is still alive. Heal comes through. Pip no longer has Mega Gnar. Sauter has the damage advantage and even has the speed advantage for the time being. Nothing happens on the top side, but a double kill on the bottom for Delilah.
The double kill on the bot side, The incredible, as downtown as you could possibly ask for, hook from the Cool Crab to guarantee it. And then Sauter, I think he healed like 400 health with that empowered W. And now Hunter Wolf back up top. Again, that's on the level. He's not maxing W, he's maxing Q.
Once again, the pillar comes through, but Sauter can just walk around it. Hunter will steal, going back down towards the Herald. Demo had briefly roamed up, potentially to help out Sauter with a Shadow Surge from over the wall, but goes back to the mid lane as that wave is crashing, and Hunter is just staying up on this top side now. Again, this is, the Seraphine Senna bot lane. You don't need to gank it too much. Sauter does have 2 levels up on Hunter. Sauter trying to get away again. Empowered W gets the heal, gets the root. Hunter is taking more damage from the turret and falls yet again. 4-2-0 now on this Trundle, and Delilah has started to take over the game, feasting on this bottom side duo.
Where did we say we wanted to be looking for this team? Who was it that we said it needs to have a game where they just go off? It was Delilah, and she is doing it. 501, 30 CS up over top of Hunter Wolfsteal, who keeps going to this top lane. Had picked up 2 kills, unable to pick up the 3rd. That empowered W so strong. I checked it out, by the way. Heals 17% health.
That's a lot. Yeah, we see it just take Sauter up above half at this point, and Pip, I mean, kudos to Pip, is doing really well overall in this lane, but again, here we have to look, is this jungle. It's an 1100 gold lead in the jungle alone. The ADC, it's a ADC position, it's a 1500 gold lead, but Delilah 5-0-1 at the 12-minute mark, already has the Gore drink completed and is going to be well on their way to completing another item. Already has 1600 gold towards it. Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see, and what now comes down to, Oshi, this is what we talked about before for Omega Gaming Obsidian. They have to be able to take this lead. They have to be able to snowball it. They have to be able to win the game off of it. CB Rush, we saw them come back last time. The deficit is even bigger now. Will they be able to take this one home?
Exactly, and look at this. Hunter Wolfsteal going for the deep lane gank. They want to shut this bot lane down. That is a buff steal, by the way, by Pip right there. Picked up the blue buff, taking it away from Delilah. That is unfortunate, or fortunate, depending on who it is you are looking at. Hunter Wolf still investing a lot of time here.
Cool Crab goes in with the bone skewer, but doesn't put anybody underneath the turret. The bolt time comes through and takes down Coach Pizza. Hunter Wolfsteal is the one left to do the damage. Glacial on the Seraphine. He's going to have to heal them up with the resets. The death from below picks up a double kill, and Omega Gaming Obsidian are staying in this series.
I gotta tell you, at a certain point in time, there is nothing you can do about a pike. Cool Crab showing that he is the ocean in this game, bringing the pike out. Honestly, Rutledge, don't do it.
We do see the Dawning Shadow over the top. King Civil is very, very low, and it looked like they wanted to just try and get the kill. Glacial Storm should be up pretty quickly, so just a few more seconds, but King Civil is going to recall, not going to give over that 150 gold shutdown. So now, again, it's Omega Gaming Obsidian. They're playing much better, and Delilah was just, there were a couple mistakes on that bot side. We see those 3 deaths onto King Civil, but Delilah just said, okay, you know what? You're going to die, and I'm going to kill whoever killed you and make it nice and easy. Delilah even able to pick up the Rift Herald. Hunter is going in pretty aggressively still, but that will be it. Nothing to make of it. And Herald for Delilah, and we'll see which lane they want to break open first. Almost all, either turret, mid or bottom could be used, and it will just go down since plates have fallen.
Yeah, at this point, take a look at the lane swaps that have happened. They have taken Rutledge, set him down into this bottom lane in essentially the 1v1 against King Civil. They want to let him farm out against the Misfortune, which, of course, Misfortune, they want to get as much gold there as they can. We did say a number of times that those ultimates are the tide turners that come with this champion. Delilah obviously doesn't seem to care about that too much on their own. I mean, the Delilah ultimate, again, I think that's the first one we've seen miss.
Yeah, Phantom Undertow into the Bone Skewer. Either bit of CC would have been deadly at that point. Again, because Delilah, once again, we haven't even really had a chance to talk about it. The action has been so constant, but these paranoias Every time they have been popped, somebody has died. Cool Crab goes in again. The paranoia is triggered. Delilah is underneath the turret, and we are seeing the deaths come through. Cool Crab goes on a rampage, and somehow the one to pick up Glacial despite the bullet time. Delilah is very, very low, but Karma comes in just in time. The shield comes through. Another bone skewer onto Rutledge. Egnivia gets popped, and she will not get to resurrect. Herald is dropped in the mid lane. Omega Gaming Obsidian, 15 kills in 15 minutes. They are looking to bust this game wide open.
Can we talk about that engage for a second? Like, run me back with that replay if you've got it real quick, because that was a ultimate in to get the stun down right there. I mean, that was insane gameplay by Cool Crab. Wonderful follow-ups.
Yeah,
and continue fights. I mean, this is going to be an inhib tower at this rate.
Yeah, okay, looks like they are finally backing off, but they took them both, the tier 1 and the tier 2. They're now backing. Pip is trying to get gold on the top side of the map. I mean, honestly, if you're CB Rush, that's who's going. That's who's winning. But let's take a look at this replay.
Watch this. Watch for Cool Crab right here. Hits. Look. So the bone skewer runs out, and then they say, hold the trigger. Dash ults in to get to the other side to lock down the Seraphine. Which ultimately was the death that came through, even though Delilah picked a different target. And then again, Karma comes in here. Not just did she pop the Shirelia's battle song in order to help her teammates get away, she also put down the empowered E, which is what kept Delilah alive ultimately there. And then another kill picked up, and you saw the rest. 2 towers, nearly 3 going down. Phenomenal. Guess what? Team play out of out of OGO here. I mean, I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see. This is what we asked for. And again, it's on the back of Delilah. And it looked like it was going to be the Hunter Wolfsteal show yet again. But Delilah said, no, absolutely not. Is at a farm advantage, at a kill advantage, has no deaths. Pip is starting to get a little bit scary up in this top side. Does go in with the Mega Gnar. We do see the Empowered W get quite a bit of health. Delilah might be able to come help Sauter if needed, but Sauter has to flash out of here, and we see the flash follow out of Pip. But again, the W, the heal, comes in clutch. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Cool Crab goes in onto Hunter Wolfsteal. That is a tanky target. No deaths on either side of the map, but Flash is forced out just about everywhere. Demo, the only one with it still up.
But that is now a level 12 Karma. That is 18% health at the beginning and at the end of the Empowered W tether, by the way. So that is both. That is a total of 36% health regained on those Ws. And because the Karma opted to go for the Shirelia's battle song, every single other item that she completes will result in 5 ability haste, which means that R is just going to be up even sooner every single time. Cool Crab, little ballsy here, but the fear gets him out safely.
Hey, Cool Crab deserves to be ballsy. 4-1-8 on this Pike. It's you know, King Civil has been pulled back into this game after getting you know, bullied a little bit on that bottom side of the map. Delilah and Cool Crab making it happen. And, this is kind of what we were saying. It was looking to these two to start making the plays, to start making things happen. And I said, I wanted to see a Cool Crab and Delilah gang squad. Cool Crab just has to make the play happen, and Delilah will just come right to it. It's a one-man gang squad, and Delilah just has to hit the R button to join the party.
From half the map away. I mean, Delilah's having the time of her life right now. 503 of 550 bounty on her. Already picked up the Death Stance on top of the Gore Drinker. I mean, that's a gross amount of statistics when you really start to get into them.
Yep.
Also just noticed that she's running Sudden Impact as well.
Oh no, Pip does. The rage is almost there, but it's not there in time, and Pip was doing so well, was the only member on CB Rush without a death, but now that Pip has fallen, this tier 1 surely will as well. Hunter Wolfsteal, it was almost stolen away, but not quite. Demo, just making sure nobody's lurking in that bush, and again, that is now all tier 1 turrets taken away out from under CB Rush, and it looks like Omega Gaming Obsidian, they want to get this tier 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just start pushing in right now. All it takes is one bone skewer. That is a fried bird.
Yeah, she is very, very low. Rutledge is trying to make it happen. We do see a shutdown come through. That is one. Hunter Wolfsteal is banking away onto King Civil. The MF goes down. Hunter Wolfsteal with a couple of shutdowns now under their belt. Rutledge is still alive. Coach Pizza is still alive. we do actually see a little bit of a split push. Glacial is on the bottom side clearing minions. That was just a 3v5 or 3v4 really with the TP, and CB Rush still managed to get 2 kills.
And this, again, every single series we have to say this at least once, right? Once again, we see a team getting a little overconfident. They have a small lead. I mean, it's 6,000 gold. It's more than the lead that they lost to in the last game in that 20 minutes. Right. That's decent. But when you overstep like that, I mean, they were trying to tower dive after getting a decent amount of damage on the one person who could have cleared that wave if they had just let her go, you know, let him go, let Rutledge walk away. You know, he goes back to base and heals, you pick up the tower, you win. Right? All together could have happened, but again, they felt a little too good about themselves. Cool Crab went nice and deep, missed the ultimate, so no execute came through, and then died for his trouble as well. Right. And then Solder late to the party with the teleport after the fact. But we have a Baron started.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes. It wasn't on spawn, but it was about 30 seconds after. They know right where Pip is, and CB Rush, again, I don't think they know that this is happening, but it's going down pretty slowly here. Maybe once they don't see anybody on the map, they might be able to figure it out. I mean, Cool Crab is getting pretty low here, is no longer tanking it. This is very slow, and CB Rush, they're not quite getting suspicious, but they are walking through this jungle as a 5-man. Now they will know. Pip gets there just a little bit too late. They're trying to stop the backs for now, but CB Rush, they're going to clear out the top side of the jungle, and just they have conceded to the Baron, and it's a 6-7, what is that? Oh goodness, yeah, there's a 7,000 gold lead now. I'm going to be honest, that shocked me, but yeah, that's 7K, and now they just get more.
Now, I got to put it into perspective real quick. I mean, we have, you know, no Oblivion orbs that I can tell. Sorry, one? Yeah. Or sorry, 2 Fireside Alterations. I don't know why I said Oblivion Orb. My apologies. 2 Fireside Alterations, but no Ash this time.
Right.
And when they had 2 Fireside Alterations and an Ash, they didn't see the Baron going down either. So I'm not shocked and appalled by any means, but I am, I guess, a little disappointed that it took them so long to get over there and check it after that had happened to them just in the last game. Right? Now, we did see CB Rush turn around a lead, or a deficit that they were in the last game. Cool Crab locked down real quick. Able to get out, though, but take a look in the bottom right corner of your screen. Thank you, camera, for showing you for a split second. Pip, all the way down at that tier 2 top lane tower. Looks like they're willing to trade it out.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, you got to find damage somewhere, and I guess they've decided the damage is going to be the Gnar, but in the meantime, they're going to lose an inhibitor for it. We're going to have to see how much Pip can get in return. It's now going to be on to the tier 2. There are Baron empowered recalls, so we'll have to see maybe if CB Rush want to try to delay them just a little bit, but that is going to be Omega Gaming Obsidian. They're going down to the Drake. They're going to be picking up their soul point, and we saw them on it last game. They weren't able to successfully get it, but it looks like it's looking much better here. And it is Cloud Drake, which again, fun fact, Oshi, Cloud Drake is the Drake with the highest win rate in solos here.
I mean, that just makes total sense, right? The out of combat movement speed and slow resistance is massive. And hey, guess what? Take a look at the champions that you're dealing with. Slow resistance against a Trundle, against a Gnar, against an Anivia. Great. Absolutely incredible. And not to mention the Seraphine, but I mean, I had to. So that is there as well. Ultimately, okay, they gave up that top lane tier 2, but that's all that CBR was able to pick up in trade there. This Baron empowered push is still happening. I mean, but now you've got Hunter Wolfsteal all the way on the other side of the map. Thankfully, Anivia is still alive, but it's just piece by piece at this point, right? You just slowly pick it apart, and then all it takes is one good hook, one hard engage, preferably not under tower this time, guys.
Right.
And, you know, the whole game just opens wide up once again.
And like part of a gold lead. Oh, Solder does need to be careful. Solder is very, very alone, but that is the go button. Hunter Wolfsteal is on the top side of the map. That is a lot of the tank. That's a lot of damage. The exhaust comes through onto Delilah to delay the damage, but that means there's not an exhaust for King Civil, but King Civil puts himself in harm's way, standing stock. Still, Cool Crab trying to go in once again with the death from below, but doesn't quite get the kill. The red turret does get destroyed by Delilah. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but King Civil's shut down now going over. I mean, again, if you can take the trade, I guess you'll have it, but that is still a push, a shove coming in. More waves are coming through for the side of Dorado, or Omega Gaming Obsidian, my apologies.
Yeah, Omega Gaming, Omega Dorado, Omega Gaming. Yeah, I understand the feeling. Using that personal space by Demo to get the fear off.
Oh,
Was that the ultimate out? No, it wasn't, but that is an Ignivia that is going to fall here as well. Unless Pip has something to say about it.
Pip's coming in, was able to pick up a lot of gold, has the Black Cleaver now, is stacking up the Rage Bar. Hunter Wolfsteal is still alive. Pip is going to go Mega Gnar here. Demo has fallen. Delilah, again, that is the big damage. Delilah is in their base, and we're seeing Coach Pizza come around, try to get the root. Pip is doing a ton of damage here, but again, this is the person that actually has the gold. This is the person that actually has the damage, unironically, for the side of CV Rush, and made a difference in that fight.
Yeah, huge turnaround. You pointing out the Black Cleaver was massive because he was just being allowed to free fire on people. I mean, they just disrespected him entirely. They said, oh, it's just an R. It's an R with Triforce and Black Cleaver. He's going to ruin every single person on your team, and then he did. You know, so again, yeah, you picked up the tower, you traded some kills, but ultimately you put more gold in your opponent's pocket. Yeah, 7,000 gold lead. It's great. You're doing wonderful. You got to keep it up if we're going to see anything beyond this game number 3.
Yeah, and CB Rush, we already saw them come back. It was, you know, admittedly, it was not as big of a gold deficit, but after those turrets were taken, the gold lead shot up for the side of Omega Gaming Obsidian, and then it went back down to, you know, it's not just 7K, but it is 7,000. And it is always important to look at, you know, where are the items? What is the actual gold difference? Where does it exist? We see 3 items up on the Karma versus 2 on Pip, 2 items for Delilah versus 2 on Hunter Wolfsteal. Maybe, you know, maybe Dead Man's Blade isn't as good as Death Stance, but you get the gist. We now have 2 items on Rutledge, 2 items on Demo, 2 again on Glacial, only 1 up for King Civil, right? So far, you know, these items are still actually relatively close despite the massive gold lead. Hunter Wolfsteal, though, does get scared up, does get frozen up, stunned up, is still alive, takes a good chunk out of Demo, and Rutledge flashes in for the kill, but King Civil now wants to get the additional damage through the Encore. It's absolutely nobody, and Coolcrap gets the execution, but Pip has arrived. Pip has not fallen yet, but is no longer in the Mega Gnar form. A triple root comes through from Glacial, but Pip isn't there for damage. Glacial doesn't have the damage either. Leandri's burn is not going to be enough. That is 4 for 2. Omega Gaming Obsidian, they're going to try to end against Pip here. They want it bad. They want it now. Pip bounces away, but still gets bone skewered. Pip is trying to run away, but the Ignite comes down. That is the ace. Omega Gaming Obsidian will take us to a game number 4.
I dare anybody. I mean, Delilah played phenomenal. Don't get me wrong, but I dare anybody to tell me that Cool Crab did not MVP this game.
Oh,
right?
wait.
I mean, okay, Inhib's back.
Wait.
Oh no,
they're backing off.
This doesn't end.
This
doesn't end. That's 3 up, 4 up.
Yeah, the revives have come through. They didn't want to try to end. They didn't want to overstay their welcome. They had, the Inhib.
No, I respect it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they literally can't. Like they can't stay. The inhib survived.
Yeah, unquestionably that was the right call though. The inhibitor respawn absolutely ruined that push. They're gonna go pick up this Dragon Soul now. I highly expect to see. I mean, they've got great vision on Baron as well, right? So CBR can't exactly just run over and push that down without everybody knowing. So I very, very strongly suspect that's where we're going to see the next set of pressure. Looks like CBR does want to get in there though. Sweeping some wards out on the way, but I mean, nobody really has to reset.
Yeah, the Nexus is open. The bullet time comes through, but the Encore stops it early, and Cool Crab has fallen. That's a lot of the engaged. Delilah still has the potential to go in, though. Still has the ultimate and still turn off the lights. But it's 4v5 on the map for the time being. They do have the Cloud Soul, but again, big team fight ultimate down, as well as their big engaged tool. Hunter Wolf still now clearing out the wave. Demo, Solder, and Civil. It's going to be up to them to make it happen. Delilah is coming out of the base now as CB Rush. It looks like they want to think about the Baron, but they know that they are not strong enough yet.
Yeah, I mean, so again, we just saw a bit of miscommunication right there. Cool Crab said, I'm pulling the trigger. I'm going in. Delilah was trying to recall. So it was sitting on just short of 2,000 gold in their pocket at the time. Wanted to use it. But here we go again.
Action comes in. Shadow Surge is invested, as is the near side. Paranoia comes through, but that is one dead. Demo's gonna fall as well. Demo is down. Sauter's the only one left. But King Civil is in the base. Just walks straight up through the mid lane. Is hitting onto the Nexus. Only one more auto's gonna do it. And King Civil doesn't do it. Only one more auto would have taken it down. One back door will make it happen. Sauter, Cool Crab, it's up to them. Sauter TP is gonna be up in just a moment. The Nexus should start re-healing in just a little bit, but that was so close. CB Rush hang on by a nail.
I can't believe that we are seeing anything like this right now. King Civil, a single auto attack away from ending this game. I didn't even see him walk into the base. I was so concerned with the fact that the lights were out and Cool Crab was engaging, in my opinion at the time, seemingly randomly. I had no idea what was going on. They almost got in there. The big thing, though, you did mention the teleport is up. Take a look at the base for CBR right now. Pink wards everywhere. Take a look at, yeah, there's a fight going on. Look at the top corner of the minimap right there. King Civil free firing onto the Nexus, unable to kill it. I mean, King Civil will take a couple steps between your auto attacks, and that ends up dying. It didn't happen, and now we have a Baron happening. Instead,
That was 1 HP. That said, when your Nexus is that low, and you don't wipe the enemy team and immediately and go and win, you're in massive
trouble.
Look at Cool Crab. Cool Crab's being very, very cheeky. Is waiting for the engage. They know the rest of the team was on the Baron, but this is now, I respect CB Rush. They did, the inhib still needed to respawn, but they knew that they couldn't leave their base, right? We've seen some of those before where the base goes down to 1, and now, Omega Game Obsidian, they just want to go in. We see the Encore come through. We see the root come down. Sauter is rooted. The Dawning Shadow over the top. The bullet time doesn't take anybody down. King Civil is just going to have to run. Delilah is on low HP, but again, the Paranoia is still up. King Civil has so much movement speed. Again, the Cloud Drake should be wearing off in just a little bit from that. We might still see a back door, but Sauter is down. That's one of the ones with the TP. Again, it's 4v1 on the map. CB Rush are still not done.
I respect Cool Crab's little attempt right there. He tried to throw a ward over the wall for that teleport backdoor. Was not able to get it. I mean, what is happening right now? This inhibitor is going to be coming back up relatively soon. You can see the gem starting to show back up. We saw it interfere with the game, and once it looks like it's going to try and do it a second time. I mean, at this point, if you're OGO, just stop trying it. Go back to what you were doing. Go back to your fights. Continue your push. You've got Baron right now. I mean, Cool Crab, you're still mostly alone. Don't do it.
Does force the flash. The Paranoia is invested, so they don't exactly know. Delilah is still here, but that is Pip's flash down, notably. Again, CB Rush, they cannot force a fight here. They have to play safe. Hunter Wolfsteel gets hooked in by Cool Crab again. Cool Crab gets rooted down. Hunter Wolfsteel is going in. The pillar comes through. Hunter Wolfsteel gets hooked over the pillar. The charm comes in, and there we go. Cool Crab takes down Hunter Wolfsteel. That is 1 kill. Delilah and Pip are duking down in the meantime, but Pip is going to fall. Notably, Inhibitor has respawned. Glacial, Rutledge, Coach Pizza, they are the ones with this last stand. Rutledge has to flash away. The wall goes up against Cool Crab. 3 inhibitors are left. CB Rush, their lease on life is still extended, but King Silva is going to go in on this inhibitor. This is a Baron buff. The inhibitor will fall extremely quickly. All Omega Gaming Obsidian have to do is start hitting the Nexus. Inhibitor goes down, but the Vex falls as well. Demo has fallen. Rutledge, it's currently 3v4 on the map, this time in favor of Omega Gaming Obsidian. Glacial has so much HP and is going back into the fountain. Delilah is trying to get any damage that they can down on the side of CB Rush, but King Civil, Sauter, Cool Crab, they're running into the turrets. They're running into the wall. They're going to have to escape. They have the Baron buff. Once again, they get into the base. Once again, they take down an inhibitor. And once again, they cannot finish the game.
So you take down the inhibitor. You get some more map pressure. Kill that bot tower. I understand. You can feel it. You have that fight in your veins. You want that game number 4. You want to get in and kill the Nexus. Be smart about it, guys. Come on. You're killing us all out here right now. You're literally killing your opponents. You just can't drive the stake through the heart. Roll it back. Slow it down. Absolutely incredible gameplay coming out of CBR right here. Their life isn't even on the line right now. Consider that. This is just a game 4 for them, or game 3 for them. They don't even care, per se, right? They just want it done. They want to go to bed. They just want to end it.
Hold on. Cool Crab is in the base. Solder and Demo both have TP. CB Rush, they realize this. They want to challenge for this Elder Dragon, but they can't. Cool Crab has put down a ward right next to the Nexus. Rutledge realizes this, goes and takes it down. It's a pink ward. That said, all 4 members that can have a pink ward for the side of CB Rush have one. Elder Dragon is going down. It's not going down super quickly. This thing is bulky, has a lot of HP. The Anivia is on the way, but Rutledge is a lot of this team's damage. See the Paranoia come through. One is already going to fall. Coach Pizza is down. King Civil gets knocked out of the bullet time, and it's Pip in the middle of 4, Pip in the middle of 5. Hunter Wolfsteel has joined. If King Civil falls, we see a root onto Delilah, but or onto Demo, but that's not going to be enough. 2 more fall. Rutledge and Glacier are the only ones left standing. Cool Crab gets another hook. We see another root onto Delilah, but that is the fear. That is the Agnivia pop. That is finally going to be the ace. And in a 35-minute game that should have been 25, Omega Gaming Obsidian keep themselves alive.
Cool Crab ended this game 11, 4, and 13. Okay, that is 24 for 32 in terms of kill participation. He set up that last fight. Rutledge was nowhere to be seen in that entire last fight until the absolute end when he died. Take a look at this. Look, you said he went and put it back, put a ward in the base. Rutledge had to go back. He then interferes with the push down from Pip. And I mean, what is that last goal? You're putting yourself in an absolute suicide situation, Coach Pizza, and it ends up dying before the fight even really starts. Delilah lives forever. This is the advantage of having the karma on your side right there. But Cool Crab, again, huge hooks, huge stuns, huge execution, incredible overall meta play with the ward that you pointed out, with the snatches that he had continuously throughout the entire game. I mean, please tell me he did not earn an MVP out of all of that.
That again, Delilah started that game off. Delilah carried that game. But when the 4 non-support members of Omega Gaming Obsidian couldn't even finish the Nexus, Cool Crab came in and cleaned up. Again, you're exactly correct, Oshi. If Omega Gaming Obsidian are able to turn this around and able to get the potential 3-2, able to take us to a silver scrapes, that is on the back of Cool Crab. Absolutely. But your CB Rush, you've only lost 1 game. It happens. You just saw Omega Gaming Obsidian not be able to kill the Nexus 3, nearly 4 times. It took them the 5th to actually take it down. So I think you're still probably feeling pretty good, but we have 1 more game at least still to go. Folks, strap in. We might be going to silver scrapes. We'll see if Omega Gaming Obsidian can push us to that, or if CB Rush will send us home. Hello, everybody. I have dropped the jacket. Oshi has fallen asleep. That was, and it's not because the last game was a snooze fest. It's because it was a giga banger. And holy Jesus, are we? I don't even know what to say. That should have ended 4 separate times. And CB Rush, like a cockroach, just wouldn't die to all the nuclear bombs that Omega Gaming Obsidian was dropping on them. It took the raid plus shoe combo of the Elder Dragon fight and Coach Pizza absolutely inting it over with a blast cone. Like, nothing else would have done it. And so
He was
now
done.
he was done. He was like, all right, that's it. Just take us to the next game. We're not about to lose this one a fifth time only to keep playing. Who knows? They might have won it. But now we're going into a game number 4. Game number 4.
The real question at this point is, what even is there to expect?
Yes.
Right? What more could you ask for? And quite frankly, are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Like, this was, somebody must have made a sacrifice somewhere just to give us an absolute banger. Because the first game, CB Rush kind of stomped. Second game, it was pretty close, but CB Rush were able to clutch it back. I mean, if you're OGO, you can't have another game like that, right? You got so lucky multiple times that you weren't just aced in the CB Rush base. Like, there's no shot that you win another game like that. And CB Rush, I think they've said generally the same thing. They're like, all right, you know what? We win that probably 90% of the time. That was the 1 in 10 chance. They're sticking with their bans. OGO have decided to stick with some of their own bans. I believe that's exactly what they banned last time. Yes, it is. But CB Rush have gone back to blue.
Yep. So this time it is CB Rush picking up the Misfortune as the first pick. So that ban did not come through from OGO. They're giving it up this time. We did see, as we called, the ultimate being a massive tide turner in several fights in the last game.
Yep.
Really set everybody on the team up for several kills. Even if it didn't actually take the kill initially, it did set the Pike up for some executions.
Exactly.
Now we have the Ashe coming out to counter it, which again, we saw CB Rush play this in game number 2, did decently well, with a very heavy damage build in that situation. What do we have pairing it for pick 2, though? What do you think we're going to get? Do you think we're going to get the Delilah? No, they're going with the Flex.
That's the top lane again. That's the top lane again. But I mean, what about Ashe Senna bot lane?
I mean, is it the top lane though, right? Because it did incredibly well, but I was just saying, I don't think you go Gnar again.
Probably not.
Right? Just because the karma's there, right?
Yeah.
Especially now that the karma has been picked. And that's the threat of picking the karma right here is, oh, you're going to play something else top lane? Okay, cool. We'll play karma mid or we'll play karma support, whatever. It just kind of, it's that flex. They said, I want the run back anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
I mean, notably Pip, was the best point for CB Rush, I think, in that game. Once that Black Cleaver built, there were multiple times where people was able to come in on a phenomenal flank, turn team fights around. That's what got CB Rush to the point where they were actually scrapping again. So I'm not opposed to it. You know, that said, Sauter's Karma is good. Right? It's Sauter's Karma do be pretty good, but this was what I wanted. That is the MF Amumu combo before Omega Gaming Obsidian were able to bring out the second round of bans. And I will say though, this does guarantee OGO double counter pick for the solo lanes. Well, if they put Karma in the support, but again, I'm anticipating Sauter to put it in those hands, and there's the Pike. Yep, there's the Pike.
Yeah. Okay. So this really is going to end up being a Pike carry bot lane, right? Like Ashe doesn't do damage until 13, 14. We talked about that before. The atomization comes through. You start getting good points in your queue, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Pike execution starts at 6. Full stop. Right.
Yep.
On top of that, you get a hook with Pike into Ashe auto attacks you and then W's and then auto attacks you and then auto attacks you. And then the Q's online and the stun comes through. And right. So this is again a very frustrating bot lane in that regard. However, when you take a look at Amumu Misfortune, it takes 1 stun and 3 auto attacks, and that is death. Seraphim ban coming through. They do not want to see that in the hands of the OGO mid laner once again.
Right.
Respected, of course. It did win the one game when it was in the mid lane, and seeing as the bot lane and top lane have already been chosen, you get to focus your bans here. Silas going out again. OGO saying that's enough of that. Swain
Yeah,
going down too.
they're sticking with
That's the
their.
same bands.
Yep. And yeah, for CB Rush,
Yes.
they banned Delilah's Nocturne, but notably, Demos Vex is still up. Had 31,000 damage at the end of the last game. Didn't
Mhm.
exactly have the most kills, but was absolutely shredding through CB Rush's composition with those shadow surges. So and those personal space procs. So, it's still up. It's still a possibility for Omega Gaming Obsidian if they just want to keep running back the composition, just swapping MF for Ash, which I guess could work maybe, but
Yeah.
we'll have to see. Again, this is going to be their pickup. And whoa, I mean,
Okay.
hey, you know what? They look similar enough to me. Both weird monstery things with claws and they're blue.
Also plays very similar to Rexa to Kane
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, especially
Yep.
the ultimate in particular, right? Um, yes,
Oh, I would love this. Oh, I
yes,
would love this
on
so
every
much.
single level,
Hmm.
yes. Okay, no more engage for you, no
Yes,
more dive for you, right? That's it.
exactly.
If Rek'Sai ults in and doesn't kill someone, Rek'Sai is gone. She is on the other side of the map, and the counter Vex pick up by CB Rush. Rutledge saying, "You didn't get any resets. Let me show you something."
This composition for CB Rush, the MF for Glacial, the Poppy for Hunter Wolf Steel, Hunter Wolf, however you'd like me to call it. But
Hunter.
yeah, and then of course we have the Vex in the mid lane. This is and the Victor as the answer. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like we've seen this before. And Rutledge and Glacial and Hunter, these are picks that they are comfortable on. They know what they are doing. If you're Omega Gaming Obsidian, don't worry. Don't get me wrong. Demo on this, Delilah on the Rex side. We just watched we just watched Cool Crab absolutely pop off on the Pike. But Omega Gaming Obsidian, even though they had a massive gold lead, they still only barely eked that out. To be fair, moving like one step to the right and a single more auto attack or just a slightly luckier bit of damage roll would have gotten King Civil the win there on the back door, which would have also been awesome, but instead they had to fight for the base 4 times. But CB Rush, this feels like their bread and butter. This feels so easy to execute for them. If you're OGL, you're shaking in your boots, I think.
You know how I am with predictions,
Yes.
right? To the point where you have stopped asking me,
Of course.
which of course. Let me just go over predict channel points, predict custom amount, CBR. How many points do I have? 28.2K.
All I'm saying is I'm putting 200 of my points, which is all of them, into Omega Gaming Obsidian because, fun fact, I have actually lost every single one of the channel point bets that I have made so far. We'll see if I can't finally get some, but I will say maybe it's the caster curse. But again, everybody that I voted for the channel points has immediately lost their after. So Omega Gaming Obsidian, I hope I'm not cursing you by voting for you. But again, that's Ocean Ash's you, and I'll say honestly, I need myself some channel points. I'm rocking a big old 0 on that number, but if I was a wise betting man, which I am not, but if I was, this is a CB Rush comp that I would all in on. Just say yes, absolutely, because again, it's just easier for them to do. And if you're looking at Omega Gaming Obsidian, what are they going to do to stop the Ash? An enchanted crystal arrow, a bone skewer while they're walking through the bullet time. Throw a chaos storm through the bullet time,
exactly there. And quite frankly, the bullet time isn't what you need to be afraid of, right? It's everything,
right,
right? It's the gnar.
Mm.
It's the. I mean, it starts with the bandage toss, which is
Right.
enough to be terrified of. Quite frankly, the only person, I guess, depending on build, Karma and Rek'Sai are the only people who will survive a bandage toss in the mid game.
Right.
Right? Ash dies, Pike dies, Victor dies, for sure. If you drop the Chaos Storm on Misfortune after she ults, it'll silence her.
Right.
Right? For a quarter second. Okay. But I mean, this is an insane draft from CB Rush. I mean, without question, last game was incredibly well played by Omega Gaming Obsidian. Kind of felt a little
until
ego drafty.
24 minutes. After 24 minutes, let's all just
between
agree
24 and 27.
Yeah, let's just all agree that we blacked out, and at 35 minutes we saw them win the game, and we don't know anything that happened in between.
There was a pause somewhere in between, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Asked for a remake.
But anyways, I will say this feels like very much a bit of a remade draft for the side of OGO. Like again, it feels very similar to what they did in the previous game, and like you can't blame them. It worked, so you might as well make it happen again. But like that said, there's no way.
No, he's just trolling.
There's no way. Is he?
100% trolling.
Okay, he's trolling. But I mean, Pip on this NAR has been really good every single game. Again, even in that loss, was very strong. And you know, now we might we saw the Trundle ganking topside a lot because they had weak bottom side, but Pip was best when left alone and still able to just keep even or generate their own advantage.
Yeah, I mean, really the turning point in that top lane was the bad tower dive, right?
Yeah.
That's where Pip stopped being able to force the hand of Sauter over and over and over and over again, was when Sauter and got 2 kills or had 2 kills and equalized in gold, right?
Yep.
At that point, it was not the best case scenario, and Pip wasn't able to continue doing what he had been doing. If they get 100% island in that top lane, Pip may not be killing Sauter, but he is winning the push. He is winning the farm game, and ultimately he will take towers, especially if you just come up and drop a Rift Herald for him. Right? I mean, Karma's not killing a Rift Herald particularly quickly when there's a Gnar standing beside it. So things to be aware of. Really, again, this is going to come down to once more, can Cool Crab make the game-changing plays that we have seen happen? Right. Or is this going to end up being the Coach Pizza successor to the overall control from support, right?
Right.
These are the two things that we're looking at. We're looking massive picks on one side versus massive AoE CC on the other. That's what it's going to come down to. Those are the win conditions, in my opinion. Sony might have a different set of opinions on that, though.
Hey, you know, and one of our sponsors might be one of those things and give you that different set of opinions. But hey, that's why they do math and we do analysis. There's a difference. But you can go check out ProComps if you want all of that data and all of that math. Again, we might have some teams using it now. I'm not sure if that's actually within like CCS rules or not. I haven't read that rule book too thoroughly. That's for the judges to do. But if you want to improve your drafting as a player, as a coach, if you want to improve your gameplay, figure out, all right, look at your opposing team's draft. Is the right side the win condition? Is the Ash the win condition? Or is it just Cool Crab being an absolute baller again, the win condition? You can use ProComps to figure that out for yourself. For both casual and competitive play, you can use the code CCS at checkout for 50% off. And as I said, we're over 50% of the way through the series, but will we go into Silver Scrapes, or is this going to be it? Find out in just a few short minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Despite what I think, well, actually, I think this is according to many people's predictions. We are indeed in Game 4. If you are just tuning in, my name is Thunder. I am joined by the effervescent Oshidash as we bring you CB Rush versus Omega Gaming Obsidian Losers Bracket Finals. Winner goes on to face Dorado Gaming Omega in the Wednesday Bracket Winners Finals of our Double Elim tournament.
Interesting lineup right here. If you take a look at where Rek'Sai is relative to where the Poppy was, and then originally Cool Crab was actually up by the red buff, just kind of holding the line right there. Ward does get spotted on drop as well. I don't know. Oh, did it get dropped on another ward? It did. It got dropped on a ward. Okay, yep. I was like, who saw that go down? But there was already a ward there. So that's Cool Crab who dropped the first ward and then actually went back and bought an Oracle Lens. And then there is another ward in that bottom river as well, put down by Delilah. So a little more vision in the overall. I guess they're kind of concerned about the early ganks from Hunter Wolf Steel, or rather the invade trying to pick up an advantage. This is a top start for both junglers. Yep. Everybody looking to focus into the bot lane. The baited red buff start, however, on blue team's side, you can see that Amumu and Misfortune were very late in. They were, I guess, either worried about an invade or really just wanted to, like I said, bait out that they were leashing for the jungler.
Yeah, which I think is interesting. I mean, honestly, I think this play is only something that can happen when Hunter went up and ganked 4-pip multiple times. So, a little bit of that classical conditioning going on. The game theory minds are at work. So maybe that'll have an impact, but we did see the defensive ward actually for Glacial and Coach Pizza in that Tri-Brush that has, at this point is now gone, has now disappeared. So we'll have to see if they want to keep replacing that or, if they're just going to leave it as is. And meanwhile, Sauter's, again, we saw this in previously. Sauter gets the first level up on Pip and gets the lane advantage. So Pip needs to be careful, again, not to die. Is going to get rooted. Actually, doesn't quite get rooted there. Manages to get out of range just in time. So again, this top lane went fairly well for Pip before, but did get a little bit of attention from Hunter. Looks like that won't be the case this time. Again, both junglers are clearing towards the bottom. Delilah went for the red into blue quadrant clear, as in the meantime, Hunter went for a blue quadrant into the red buff cleared. Both junglers should be, kind of coalescing around this bottom lane around the same time if they're going for that same pathing.
Yeah, if they end up, Rek'Sai a little faster clear, obviously, as you can see at this point. If they did both end up in that Scuttle Crab area at the same time, my money is on Rek'Sai early on. She is a more aggressive champion in the overall. Pushing into the mid, though.
Yeah, there is Hunter Wolf Steel right over here. The Steadfast Presence comes down on top of the Victor stun. That's a 1-for-1 trade for the jungler, but the first blood goes over to Hunter Wolf. That is actually relevant. That is relevant gold. Both mid laners got the assist, and other than that, it just, the junglers just blew each other up, and we go about our business. Notably, Ionian Boots of Lucidity are the first thing completed for Hunter Wolf Steel, and has the Hex Flash.
Okay, interesting decision to go for the cooldown boots there. I guess really wants to make sure that he is able to continue using his abilities in the fight. Obviously, is what he would be looking for. Sauter, as you mentioned, doing incredibly well, keeping this top lane not just pushed in, but keeping his opponent well harassed as well. I have to give props to Rutledge in that fight, but that can wait.
Hunter is coming in again. Steadfast Presence is here. Sauter likely going to have to try to flash away. It is Karma, so can run pretty quickly. The additional damage does not hit on the second proc of the Poppy ability, and just managed to walk it out of there. We see the Bone Skewer come through into the stun, but only hits one. Coach Pizza managed to stun Cool Crab in response. Delilah gets hit with the exhaust, but the volley out of King Civil gets the kill onto Coach Pizza, and Delilah getting this bottom lane ahead yet again.
Yep, you know, again, just another great play by the Cool Crab, getting the Bone Skewer setup. That was exhaust and flash burnt, and this is a dead Sauter.
Yep, is going to try to run away into the river. Pip has actually gone around on the slow side. Sauter does have to flash away, heals himself up, but has absolutely no mana anymore. The root comes through onto Hunter, and Vex has now joined the chase as well. Sauter's actually wasting a ton of time here. Shields themselves, speeds themselves up, and won't be able to execute. Again, this is a ton of time, and Pip even is still joining the chase, so might get the donated kill, misses the boomerang. Sauter's going to take a turret shot, and Hunter is the one that gets it despite them, and Pip even investing the flash for the kill.
He tried to flash to at least get assist gold and ended up getting absolutely nothing for his time. Tons of wasted time from that mid lane. Tons of wasted time from the top lane. Teleported right back up, and hey, guess what? He has the wave as well. Sauter with incredible awareness, wonderful use of the mobility and the healing that comes with this champion. I didn't think he had enough mana to do anything that he ended up doing. And hey, by the way, Pip also burned teleport there. So ultimately, nothing really lost. It's a 300 gold going over, sure, but my goodness, was that well played on his part to roll all the way back to first blood. I have to give Rutledge some big props for his use of personal space in tandem with the fear, 100% avoiding getting knocked up by Delilah. Delilah went in the tunnel to try and get the knock up. Personal space was popped. Fear came out, and Delilah ended up getting no CC, which is how Rutledge survived just long enough for Hunter Wolfsteal to show up and them to pick up first blood. Now, we look like we have some friends holding hands in the river so that they can pick up this scuttle crab.
Yeah, for CB Rush, I mean, I think you just have to go back to, again, to your basics. This is a very CB Rush style team. Shadow Surge actually goes in from Rutledge, but the flash from Demo puts him underneath the turret, and the Chaos Storm dropped on top of the gravity well. Rutledge is just going to die here. Flashes out of the Chaos Storm to keep themselves alive. Notably, Hunter Wolfsteal is there to join the fray if needed, if Demo wants to keep things going. Coach Pizza gets pulled back, stunned up yet again on this sad mum. He doesn't have any curses yet. Delilah gets walked up. A single more turret shot will do it, and Glacial isn't able to pick up the kill. Ignite is ticking down, but won't quite be enough. Delilah gets out of there once again. Coach Pizza falling.
Yeah, no summoners used yet. That is actually the flash like Cool Crab used there for some seemingly unknown reason, as everybody flashes emotes in a good sense of humor after it gets popped. But yeah, the kill that they picked up on Coach Pizza was no summoners used by anybody, and Hunter Wolfsteal coming around the back now.
Steadfast Presence is there, but there is a ton of damage still from King Civil. Glacial is pumping out damage with the Qs as well. King Civil trying to lay down the volleys on Hunter Wolfsteal, but Glacial is body blocking. That's the shutdown onto the MF. Exactly the person you want to give it to.
Yeah, and Demo a little slow coming down, was not able to help out. That's kind of what they were hoping to get. Didn't work out for them. So one kill traded back, super useful. This is 2 kills on King Civil already. Still behind in CS, and overall gold differential is less than 10, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's bot lane. No, you take a look everywhere else. There's no item completions. We're only 8 minutes in. Surprisingly, already 6 kills have happened.
Yeah. And Delilah. Gold notably is very even across the map. Delilah gets too aggressive and just dies. A little bit of supportal combat, but Bandage Toss onto Cool Crab, who dashes over the wall, is going to be able to get out of there relatively cleanly. But for Delilah, that is exactly what you do not want to see.
Yeah, I don't really know what that was, because you can't even claim that as a situation of, well, how was she supposed to know that there was 3 people there? That's literally what Rek'Sai does.
Yeah.
Right? You can see everybody running around, so not too sure what happened there. Just a bit of greed.
A little overconfidence maybe from the last game, and hey, the Nocturne play was good, and Rek'Sai, it happens. It happens. That's what it is. It happens. And we're at the end of the day. That's where we're at. But Gold League now 500 in favor of CB Rush. Notably, Mountain Dragon or Ocean Dragon was the first one to spawn. It has not been taken yet. I believe this will probably be our latest Drake take of the game whenever anybody decides to finally take it. Delilah now back out onto the map, back into the bot lane, and Hunter will not be there to try to make up for it. Notably, Coach Pizza does have Curse of the Sad Moments. These ganks are going to get a lot harder.
Yeah, it's going to be significantly more difficult, not just for the ganks, but the counter ganks are going to be much better now. This is the bait, though.
Just walked very far forward, doesn't have the time to use the bullet time, and finally falls. Coach Pizza even flashes underneath the turret. Delilah goes unstoppable. Well, it's going to take one more turret shot, and Coach Pizza, again, survives and gets a kill under tower.
Yep, I don't know how many times we're going to see this out of the support for this team, but it is going to happen at least this one more time.
At least once more. At least once more.
At least once more. Pirates of the Caribbean, good movie.
Thank you. You got the reference. I didn't know if you would.
At least once more, Miss Swan. That's the line. Of course I get the reference. Come on.
Hey, look, there's 2 pirates in this game. We don't have all of them, but the pirates always get involved, though,
Always get involved. And if not the pirates, the hunters themselves. In this case, Hunter Wolfsteal being the one that all eyes are on. Sitting at 3-1-1 right now. Does have his mythic item completed. I believe he was the first. If not, then it was the Shirelias on the side of Solder. Either way, one of these is going to be more impactful than the other for the time being. Solder using the exact same build path as we saw in the previous game, though. Cool Crab just kind of darting out of there. And it looks like first Drake, 11 minutes it gets starts at. Words are hard.
Hey, it's getting late for all of us, Oshi. I absolutely understand it. Delilah does want to try to make something happen. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. Bullet time comes through. Delilah is tanking up a ton of damage. The Shadow Surge comes in. Rutledge does have the reset, throws it out. Does have a chance to use it, goes in on Demo. Demo's a little tanky for the time being. Rutledge wants to try to finish it off. Gets caught once again in the gravity well. Personal space has already been procced. Rutledge is in a very precarious situation. It's having to run away. It's getting helped out by Glacial for the time being, and we see a kill on King Civil on the backside by Hunter Wolf. Again, 4-1-1 on this. Poppy is feeling pretty good about themselves. They get the dragon. They win the team fight. CB Rush. They accrue a nearly 1,000 gold lead at the 11-12 minute mark.
Yeah, that was almost just kind of a one-by-one walk-in. I mean, they had the hawk shot over top of Drake. They knew what was going on, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow still misses absolutely everyone. Huge bullet time, ripping through Delilah, getting that kill with the Shadow Surge. And then ultimately, I mean, the Chaos Storm didn't do too much. Cool Crab didn't really have the opportunity to do anything. The exhaust paying dividends. Now we have
a Coach Power. Pizza is able to go over the wall, but gets followed by Delilah. The Rip Herald charged in. Coach Pizza wants to go in now, but Cool Crab gets the shutdown with the death from below. Hunter Wolfsteal and Glacial are on the run, and Coach Pizza, you just can't be there.
Coach? Coach?
Maybe Redacted was right. Maybe this is Couch Pizza.
Coach? I can't get over how perfect that sounds, as though it's from a 90s sport, like a 90s football movie. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Hey there, Delilah. Maybe you should run. That is exactly
what's it
what
like
they
in
do.
Vandal City?
Yeah, Rutledge, if Rutledge had the Shadow Surge there, that would have been a dead Queen of the Void or whatever.
Hey dead Delilah.
Hey dead Delilah. Yeah, that was 5 seconds later, Delilah would have been dead. So maybe that was perfectly planned. Maybe that was a great call. Pip is about to gnaw out here. Solder, is smart about it. Doesn't go into the wall. We actually get a pause.
It looks like the 80 carry disconnected.
Interesting.
I don't know if this is legit or if they're trolling. Again, at this point in time, I've given up trying to figure out what pauses are what. No major fights going on, right? Yes. That's the important thing. There's some trades in the top lane, but that is the only place across the map where there is any engagement right now. Look at all the vision in the bot lane for a second.
Mhm.
Could you throw it over to the pause screen just so the stream can take a look at this mini map for a second? Is that a thing? Is that
Yes.
allowed? Yeah. Take a look at this mini map. Take a look at what's going on near this bot lane. Look at all the red that you see down there. The little circles are the Rek'Sai holes. They're not anything really important, but take a look. There's a ward on the red buff. There's a 2 wards in the river, a ward in the tri bush, a ward in the lane bush as well. There's a pink near mid lane. There's a pink at bot lane. Absolute vision coverage down there for nothing. There's no dragon for 3 minutes.
Yep.
It has not done them any good recently because the team fights are just going in the favor of CBR.
Yeah. And dragon doesn't spawn. Again, it's 3 minutes, so all of those, anything not a pink ward will be expiring, or it'll just get cleared out by Coach Pizza or Rutledge or Hunter just walking through it and clearing the vision. But I mean, overall, I will say, like, we can see Cool Crap already had a 20 vision score at 13 minutes, and Coach Pizza hasn't really been able to get the roam going on. You know, dying 4 times will do that to you. But we are back in game now. Again, fair warning, we are at a brief stutter. It happens. We know this by now. We all know this. We don't have to go over that.
We should know this.
Yeah, we should all be comfortable with this one by now. But again, that vision score, it's big, but it's not doing too much right now, other than at least give King Civil and Cool Crab, at least a little bit of safety. That said, there are still 2 pink wards up, in that kind of elbow bush on the red side of the map that haven't been cleared out yet. So that actually gives Hunter a potential way to get in there and get in again.
Yeah, the only thing is he has to get through the river, which, as we said, is absolutely littered. So we'll see what ends up happening. Sauter suddenly taking a lot of damage compared to what we've been used to this entire game so far. But I mean, it's going to be 1 RW. There it is. However, Hunter Wolfsteel is going to come close this out.
Yeah, Sauter does still have the flash, is going down towards the river, but Rutledge is there to greet them, and Pip finally gets the kill on Sauter. It's only taken, 7 minutes, 8 minutes since when that gank was, but hey, you take a 2,000 gold lead, and Hunter Wolfsteel is going to be taking these Krugs.
That was an absolute pick your poison type of situation right there. We do see a bit of a setup happening for bot lane. Hey, they finally found the pink ward in the tri bush. It goes down. The crowd goes wild.
Yeah, we love ward clears. And look at Coach Pizza and Glacial playing so safe and so respectful. You love to see it. You really do.
And there goes the arrow again. Enchanted Crystal Arrow fired across the map, a la Glacial style, not hitting anybody. Yep.
I mean, I will say there have been multiple times where we've seen these ash arrows just accidentally hit somebody else randomly walking around. I wouldn't be surprised if Cool Crab had gotten hit there. I would not have been surprised. That would have been hilarious. But
how would Cool Crab get hit by King Civil's arrow?
You know what? Forget I said anything. Glacial was playing Ash in the last game. It's tired. We're all sleepy, Oshi. Just give me this. Just give me this.
I'm just trying to make sure chat understand.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Look, we're a little loopy. It's midnight. It's been a long day, but we're still having a blast. It's an absolute banger again. So looking overall at the CS, Hunter does actually have additional 20 CS over Delilah. Again, this is just a flip-flop of what happened in the last game where Delilah had both more farm and more kills. But in the mid lane, Demo has more CS. Pip has actually recovered on a brief CS deficit. I have no clue what that sort of was before. And Glacial is actually maintaining a CS lead down here on the bottom side and even finished the mythic item before King Civil.
I have to say, what this bot lane is showing me is just how controlling Cool Crab actually is in this lane, because it's Misfortune Amumu. This should have you under tower constantly, right?
Yeah.
They should be the ones dictating the engages. They should be the ones dictating the pace of this bot lane, but quite clearly, it is not the case. Cool Crab has got to be the difference maker here, because, I mean, Ash is not really going to outpush Misfortune continuously.
Right.
I mean, you'll be able to at some point. Clearly, the W is going to do incredibly well at some point. Glacial on the wrong side of the wall now.
Yeah, it gets pulled right over, has to flash to get on out of there. Hunter Wolfsteel is going to be trying to target down Demo. That is the gravity field low. And all of a sudden, we get a stun into the wall. Sauter goes down. That's the top laner out of there. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does hit one, but the Curse of the Sad Mummy hits more. Demo is on the run and falls. We see the Pike get one. A reset is through, but Cool Crab is on very low HP, and that was only the support. The Amumu has served its usefulness with the jungler down. That's the second Drake of the game now, going over to CB Rush.
And the big things to keep in mind, as you said, the death from below burned there, picked up one kill. Great job for Cool Crab there. However, Keeper's Verdict and Gnar both still up, right? Incredibly threatening if anybody decided they wanted to try and push back in on the CBR. Not happening, which means Rutledge gets to have some free time in this bot lane. Pip and Glacial get to have a good time in this mid lane. That is 2 towers going down on top of the fight win, on top of the drag pickup. I mean, how long until they just look at the clock, say, oh, Baron's in 2 minutes, and move that way?
Yeah, wow. Baron is already going to be up. Notably, Rift Herald, number 2, I believe, is up and active. We see now also becoming active are objective bounties. We've seen them come up pretty early in basically every game so far, and I will say, you know, CB Rush were almost able to take advantage of them really well in that game number 3. They were able to take care of them perfectly in game number 2, but now if you're Omega Gaming Obsidian, they have yet to win a game from behind. They've yet to really be able to show that they can come back from a deficit, so that's what they need to show here and now. And I mean, if you want to make it to winners finals, if you want to have a chance against Dorado, you have to be able to have that resilience. Pip now going in. The Mega Gnar is going to be running out shortly here, and Delilah on this Rek'Sai has a fair amount of damage. Pip gets rooted down, should be able to get out of there relatively safely. Instead gets sent back to the fountain, but so does Delilah. Hunter Wolfsteal goes on a rampage, and that will indeed be the Herald. Meanwhile, Cool Crab, King Civil, and Demo, they are all in the mid lane. They're showing themselves. They're going to get the tower, but they're also going to get collapsed on very, very quickly. Coach Pizza is the one on the run. The Bandage Toss does not hit. He gets stunned up once again in the Gravity Well, and that Bandage Toss hits. That's a very different story.
Entirely different. I mean, Coach Pizza probably dies if that does hit. Doesn't have Curse of the Sad Mummy either there, but would have definitely had a follow-up coming from his team, and they would have picked up additional kills. That is a good objective bounty going over, so I appreciate them sticking around. You know, OGO needs everything that they can get their hands on at this point in time. 3K behind at not even 20 minutes. I mean, they had a 6K lead at 20 minutes. So,
right.
And it was still incredibly close because of how good CBR is.
Yes, they were able to, they were able to claw it back, right? That's what it was in that last game. They weren't able to get it all the way. 6,000 gold, it's probably a little bit too much, but they at least made it close. And again, if you're OGO, you have to be able to do the same thing. Hunter Wolfsteal is up here on the top side. It's Sauter and Cool Crab. But again, this is going to be all tier 1s down before 20 minutes, which not the most impressive stat, but they at least clean up the gold. And notably for OGO, you're not taking no neutral objectives at the very least, or you're not taking no objectives kind of in that first game. It was really rough. You weren't even able to take a single tower. They were at least able to commit to the turret. They had the good communication. They said, all right, let's get this objective gold and at least put money in our pockets so we can keep up some way, somehow.
Exactly. It's the small victories. That's what they need to be paying attention to here, right? They picked up that mid lane tower. That means that mid lane is open. It is a huge step forward. It gives them things to play around. It lets them get in and get these wards in the jungle. Take a look. They've even dropped a ward in the mid lane itself. They've got 2 wards just a little bit inside the jungle on that top side, as you can see here. One's about to go down, but they had 2 wards, right? It's these little things that really they need to start using them, because every snowball starts as a flake. And that's what they need to remember. That's what they really need to hold tight to their chest right now. And especially they need to keep in mind that, your Ashe is not online yet. This Misfortune very much is. Your Ashe very much is not. Your Victor only kind of starting to think about getting online a little bit now, right? So there's all of these things that are still coming together that they just need to hold out, keep the difference between them and CBR as close as possible, and then eventually they should be able to have a good, solid, fair game on their hands.
Yeah, if you get to level 18 Rek'Sai plus Karma plus Victor, that's pretty scary. On top of King Civil with the volley and Cool Crab, being able to essentially just sweep everything up under the rug, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself. But you have to get to that point without being too far behind. Now, next dragon is spawning in just under a minute, and again, the vision for Omega Gaming Obsidian is through the roof on this bottom side. They get here early. They don't really have any objectives that they want to take, that they're trying to take, although, again, there are tier 1 turrets still up. But, I mean, honestly, like, these zombie wards from Cool Crab are proving very, very effective. You know, we saw the Hail of Blades Pike, and I think we might have been questioning it a little bit, but going into that red slot, it seems to at least be a little bit helpful on the vision score. So, you know, rocking at 69 right now and managed to get the engage with the hook, and that is Coach Pizza dead without being able to proc any initiation tools. Bullet time used as well, while the rest of Omega Gaming City were able to run away. 2 big team fight utility pieces are gone for the side of CB Rush. I might have to give up this dragon, but Pip doesn't want to. It's coming in on the backside of this fight. Got a phenomenal knockup into Delilah, and Pip is the one that picks up the kill from Rutledge's setup. Rutledge gets another reset, and Cool Crab goes down. Pip finally falls. Rutledge does not quite hit the 3rd reset, but King Civil and Sauter, they are weak, they are low. They're going to have to run. A double kill comes through from Rutledge, and Hunter gets another. Demo is the only one left standing, and Rutledge is just going to pick up some honey fruit in his face. That is indeed going to be dragon number 3, soul point even in the 4v5.
You remember what I said when Rutledge picked Vex. I said he looked Demo in the eyes and said, hey, you didn't get any resets. Let me show you something.
Yep.
What did we just see in that fight? The burst damage at the start of that fight. Watch this. Like, okay, poke back and forth. They got a great pick on the Amumu initially. And then, oh, look, there's a Naro over here. First off, that's not a little Naro. That's Mega Naro. Look at this damage.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely explosive out of Rutledge. Gets the reset. Oh, picks up over the wall. Oh. If he had not whiffed that, just imagine it would have been a triple. He would have got the reset. It would have been a quadra. And then, unquestionably, he would have forced the hand onto Demo, unable to do so because he didn't continue the reset train. But the sheer burst,
close. It was so close.
Burst coming out of this.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it just continues the train. Who needs the reset when you just keep getting the kills? That's the Ash down. That's the double kill. Can still continue the resets if they want to throw out another just for fun. The Shadow Surge has been massive from Rutledge. 7-0-7. This is the mid laner that you want to see out of CB Rush, the man, the myth, the legend themselves. Again, that's the top laner in the ADC down. They're not thinking about the Baron yet. They want more kills. Pip has found Delilah. This is a 3-level lead. There's no world where Delilah wins this one. Pip is very, very low, and Rutledge gets the kill, goes legendary. The rest of the team was there to back them up. Keep in mind, this is a 4 Yordle comp plus Mist Fortune. Yordles are just the best thing you can be in League of Legends. Bandle City go crazy.
Without question, I cannot disagree with that. And now you got me thinking, it's like, could a Tristana have worked here?
I'm just saying, there's a reason it's been banned so much.
It could have been a thing, but either way, we have a rotation over onto Baron here. Cool Crab, first one around, clearing out some vision, not placing his own in yet, not able to pull anybody over the wall. King Civil drops the arrow.
Thinking about it. Pip wants to go in, manages to get a knockup. Rutledge just blows up Demo. That's mid laner down, but Rutledge is very, very low. Cool Crab actually gets the execution, but won't be able to get any resets themselves. Pip is dealing with King Civil on the other side of the fight, but now King Civil is over the wall, free firing onto Coach Pizza. The stun comes through from the bandage toss. Hunter Wolfsteal was trying to deal with the Baron. The bullet time comes in. King Civil falls. Hunter Wolfsteal, maybe we could have kept it a little bit cleaner, but that is the Ace 2 still left standing. They're going to break into the base.
That fight would have not gone the way it did if Glacial hadn't saved bullet time and used it on the pathing that he did. I mean, don't get me wrong, Hunter Wolfsteal wasn't in the fight. Hunter Wolfsteal didn't come over to the fight until the very, very end, where he decided, okay, fine, I'll pick up a kill. Right?
Yes.
Ultimately there, King Civil played that fight phenomenally. Yes. He kited incredibly well. So watch the engage here. Insane amounts of damage from Rutledge. We keep saying it. We keep seeing it. Demo just dies. Ready? 3, 2, 1, boom. He's out. Now watch King Civil at the bottom of the screen. Free firing on Rutledge to get all of the damage there. Pip gets down. Kite. Ends up cleaning up Pip. Ends up getting in onto Pizza. Cleans up Pizza as well. And then look at this. Bullet time. completely changed the face of it. Took out the last 2 surviving members. If that bullet time hadn't gone across the way that it did, Delilah ends up getting a heal after the ult gets popped there. King Civil doesn't have to flash and can continue normally kiting. Hunter Wolfsteel doesn't get pushed into the wall for the stun. But now...
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow does hit. The hitbox on that is absolutely crazy. Glacial has a 400 gold shutdown and is trying to survive. Coach Pizza can't even go in and help. The shutdown goes on to Cool Crab and splits the gold with a couple of assists.
The fact that King Civil almost died there, though. Like, that was like 2 auto attacks in a queue.
Yeah.
Insane.
I'm very interested, honestly, at the Kraken Slayer build for Glacial, but I mean, Glacial probably knows something we don't. Goes in with the Bloodthirster as well. I mean, I think this is just kind of the MF build to go to. So, I don't know. Maybe Gale Force a little bit of an escape tool. I don't know how that good is on Misfortune. I don't play ADC.
I mean, it's not like we saw it last game and it was very good or anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. I mean, no, trust me. I'm agreeing with you. Like, yeah, you're correct. But dragon spawning in 30 seconds. So that is Glacial going to be coming back just about now. Notably, is a Hex Tech Rift. Or actually, no, it's not. Wait, why did I see a Hex Tech gate? I could have. Okay, I'm not kidding. I could have sworn I saw somebody traveling a Hex Tech gate, but apparently I did not. It's an Infernal Soul. We saw the Infernal Dragon happening.
What you saw was Burrow Tunnel.
I see what you're saying, and Delilah, speaking of burrowing, will not be doing that any longer. And Rutledge gets a reset, goes into the middle of 4, has to flash out of the Chaos Storm plus Gravity while King Civil and Sauter have to run. Demo is still here, and Hunter Wolfsteel knocks him into the wall. That is a dead Demo, gets absolutely demolished, and the karma falls for his sins. That's going to be Infernal Soul. That's going to be a 7, nearly 8,000 gold lead after this dragon goes down, as well as the tier 2 turret. CB Rush want to send us home.
CB Rush is having none of this. Rutledge, personally, having absolutely none of this. He looks like he was offended by the Vex pick from the last game, the way that he is playing. The 9, 1, and 12. Currently sitting on a grand total of 12,800 gold. 2,300 over the opposing mid laner. There's the advantage of the Hawk Shot. You get all that confirmation as to whether or not Baron is happening. Wow, what a useful ability.
Oh, goodness. Coach Pizza goes in. The bullet time was just a little bit too far away, but the second bandage toss hits onto Delilah. The Scars of the Sad Mummy will finally take down the Rek'Sai, putting her beneath the sands. Well and good. Sauter is still walking up here, just thinking about it. But again, that is jungler down. That should mean Baron for CB Rush, and they're going to pick apart the remainders of this base.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to pick up this Baron. There's no jungler to contest with. That doesn't mean there's no damage. It just means that the smite is slightly more likely to confirm it.
Rutledge is having an absolutely out-of-his-mind game. He's going to die here, most likely to the Chaos Storm, but managed to get a kill. That's a pretty big shutdown onto Demo, but Sauter will fall as well. Notably, they still didn't get the Baron. Demo is still trying to get kills. Pip only needs one big rock to the face for Demo, and Demo will fall, but it does not happen. That's Baron stopped yet again. If you're Omega Gaming Obsidian, at least you can take that much out of it.
You know why Pip's picking up kills this game compared to the previous games? He changed skins. He's not throwing Sputnik around anymore.
There you go. Hey, when you're just throwing big old hunks of rock, it's pretty helpful. Hey, there's the Hawk Shot. They know they're doing Baron again. Now they are very, very aware, and this time it's absolutely going into the pockets of CB Rush.
Yeah, they're very aware of just how swiftly their end is coming, because CB Rush picks up that Baron. Elder Drake is still a solid 4 minutes away, so we're going to have to see what they can make use of here. We've got some purchases down the line that have been made. I mean, look at Pip right now, stacked on 3 items with the Thornmail to top off what he has been building very consistently the other times. This Poppy is one of the tankiest things you could possibly see, not only just sitting on the Frostfire, but also the Randuins, and now the Anathema's chains on top of everything. Being able to set a Nemesis. Who do you think that's going to be on? Probably King Civil is my guess, but the one I want to turn your attention to is the 6-stack Medjai Soul Stealer, currently sitting on Rutledge. He is at 672 AP right now. His Q is hitting for 710 damage.
These are some Vagar numbers.
Yes, very much so. The Shadow Surge, by the way, 2 hits, over 900.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Rutledge is not the one that got engaged on. Rutledge engaged on you. Cool Crab and Sod are the only 2 left standing. These are not the members that you want to defend your base in your fight to stay alive in this series. Sauter falls underneath his tier 3 turret. Pip is clearing away the inhibitor. They're not going to leave this one sitting on 1 HP. No way, no how. It's the Cool Crab versus the world. Rutledge is the only one that has fallen, the only one that doesn't get to send his team into the winners bracket finals, up against Dorado Gaming Omega, up against their group mates to determine who really is the best of the best in the Wednesday CCS. CB Rush, 3-1, take down Omega Gaming Obsidian.
3-1 is what so many people predicted in this matchup, right? Everybody took a look at this and nobody wanted to fully count anybody out, right? OGO had an incredible chance, but I mean, take a look at this last fight. Like, it's just pure control. Rutledge says, "Oh, you know what? You get to die." Look, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hit Rutledge, and it's like, I don't actually care. He didn't use his ultimate. That was a Q and a W, okay? That was QW. That's it. That's what did that much damage. Again, Q was hitting for over 700 damage at the end. The W was hitting for 450, if I saw that right. The E was hitting for almost 600. The ultimate doing a combined 1,000 between the 2 points that it hit for. Rutledge was a one-man army. 29,000 damage in that game. Next closest, 9,000 damage behind, was Glacial at that. I mean, 8.7 KDA, 10, 3, and 16, 29,000 damage. His Mejai's before he died would have been at 10 stacks, I believe, is what he was sitting at.
Yes.
What a disgusting show of prowess on a character.
Yeah, Rutledge, if Omega Gaming Obsidian had been able to take this one home, you probably give it to Cool Crab. But now, I mean, if you're looking at MVP for this series, Oshi, I honestly don't know who to give it to. Like, I'm honestly baffled. But overall, it's exactly what you said. Like, CB Rush performed well just as a team across the board. They were able to play cohesively, and Hunter Wolfsteel definitely hard carried those first 2 games. Not saying the rest of the team was griefing by any means, but Rutledge had an absolutely monster performance. Now, I will say, I believe we're going to have an interview with said Rutledge in just a couple of minutes. We'll take a very short break before we get back into that interview. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the desk once again. We do indeed have the mid laner from CB Rush, Rutledge, here to join us. First off, Rutledge, congratulations. Y'all have made the lower bracket run back into winners finals. You've beaten Omega Gaming Obsidian, and I will say the team as a whole had a phenomenal performance, especially on that Vex pick. I know Oshi probably has a question he wants to ask you about that, but personally, I do want to say, how does it feel, getting knocked to the lower bracket, being able to grind through it, and now you've made your way back to the winners finals?
That feels pretty good. The team has shown that no matter how we performed in the previous series, we're just one of those teams that sometimes we haven't showed up, or we're maybe not the most consistent. But I think when we're at our high, we're pretty damn high. And when we're at our low, we look pretty bad. We look pretty bad in Aegis finals the other day. So we're really happy to get a redemption series here.
Yeah, understandably so, right? I mean, momentum is incredibly important when you get this deep into a bracket, especially now that you've pushed yourselves out of the lower bracket. One of the things that we always like to talk about here, though, is shot calling within a team. We've heard many times from your team, though, that they all basically say, hey, yeah, we just go when Rutledge says he's going, and that's kind of the end of it. So because of the Vex pick, how much of it was you wanting to have the ability to say, let's go after playing Anivia? And how much of it was just straight up an ego pick of, no, let me show you how to do this right?
Yeah, so I got to pick it late. I got to respond to Pike Rek'Sai, which it's very good into Rek'Sai. I really like because it one-shots her harder than she can even one-shot Vex. Like, she doesn't really want to jump on Vex because she gives me that immediate proc on my passive, sorry. And then the rest of their comp, they had no front line. We knew they were going to send Karma top, so they're absolutely going to have to, unless they go some tank mid, I guess. Then Vex is just going to be able to jump on and one-shot anybody on their team, and they didn't really have a great way to stop it. So it just seemed like a free Vex game, and they would have had to counter mid super hard, and Victor is not a super hard counter to Vex. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matchup I feel like we've seen you play multiple times throughout the course of the CCS Wednesday series, and you performed phenomenally. I also, another one of your teammates that performed insanely well this series was Hunter. Especially in games 1 and 2. We won't get too much into the runes getting bugged, but I will say that Aftershock Wukong was kind of nasty. So was Hunter just super fired up for this game, because those 2 games were absolutely phenomenal out of him?
Yeah, he really showed up today. I mean, when he's on a good day, I mean, he just looks like absolutely the best jungler in Plat. I think by a lot. But then he is definitely the steamroller of our team. Like, if Hunter's on a good day, we look so freaking good. And then and he showed up in the vast majority of these series, and has been a big reason that we've been winning. So, and that Wukong with Aftershock was the fact that I cannot believe that actually worked, but it definitely was not good. It was just him out playing. So
at the end of the game, he had a bonus 100 HP. Okay, so yeah, I mean, don't knock it.
Don't knock it till you try it.
But so on the note of, if Hunter has a good day, you guys have a good day, but you also said your highs of highs and your lows of lows, right? Let's say 4 of you come in having a great time, and then Hunter is not. What do you guys do to pull yourselves out of that? Because clearly your team looks to you as the guy who pulls the trigger, but how do you work as a cohesive unit? Because that's your biggest strength. How do you work as a cohesive unit to help that one person that's having a bad time?
To touch on the team person that pulled the trigger, I'm definitely a big voice in the team. But if Hunter has the engage, or if Pizza has the engage, or anybody, even Pippin with a Gnar in the series, they're definitely more than vocal on calling for engages. But obviously when I'm on the stuff like Vex, it makes it easier for me to do that. But yeah, I don't know if we've 100% figured it out. We're still relatively new playing with each other. Hunter jumped in, I think, right before CCS started. So we hasn't been playing together for more than a month and a half or so, or 2 months. And I wouldn't say we've completely figured out how to get, sometimes when we're just having an off day of communication or what, but we've been cutting back on that. I mean, we've had both Aegis and CCS playoff runs, and we're minimizing those games. Because even, I would say, we had miscommunication as far as what to draft in the game we lost in this series, and it wasn't our best game, but yeah, I don't know. We don't really have a way of digging out of it yet. I think we're still looking for that, but luckily, the majority of the time, we do show up. So,
yeah. And again, you did show up today, even in that game where this will probably be my last question. Even in that game that you lost, it's, you one, you were still able to bounce back, not just in this, not just in that last game where you all absolutely crushed, but you were also able to even bounce back in that game itself, which there were 3 or 4 times that you all almost successfully turned that around, and it got much closer than it should have. So, like, what were the comms there? Like, how, were we talking? Were we already in kind of the GG go next mode? And then was it like, oh, wait, we're still in this? Or, was it just like, what was the feeling when you saw that base had literally 1 HP left?
Oh, I mean, there's some wild moments. We were really enjoying ourselves and trying to claw our way back. We were like, this is going to be the most epic win on stream that I think I've ever seen if we pull this off, especially with how many clutch saves we had towards the end. When it was like 16-5, we were like, okay, we're probably going to lose this, but I think we have a chance. We can just let's see how long Nivea can just perma clear. We can just see how long Seraphine as well. Like we have so much wave clear, to see how long we can stall this out. We took a Drake or 2 early, so they couldn't get Elder Soul stacked too quickly. But we were actually like having a really good time until Pizza blast planted himself into the middle world team. So we felt pretty good about how we were playing at the end of that game, and I think it really honestly built us some momentum by not giving up. We built some momentum and built a lot of confidence coming into this game that as long as we didn't have like a troll draft where we drafted blind Seraphine, Senna, bot, we would be Gucci and just run them over.
So you guys essentially used the end of that game as like a tactical timeout then, eh?
Yeah, essentially, it was definitely a confidence builder. The fact that we almost clawed our way back was just so. We were all laughing about it. It was really funny.
It was great. Well, I loved seeing the Gnar. I've been calling for it since probably the first game of the season, saying, why don't they just play Gnar? Why don't they just play Gnar? Not you guys specifically, just in general, as a counter pick or as an active pick for the top lane. So it was wonderful to finally see that coming out and about. We are going to wrap it up because I don't know about where you are, but it is well past midnight where I am and where Thunder is. So quick shout outs, thank yous, hellos, or trash talk out there. Again, keep it friendly, keep it nice. But what do you have to say to the people that are watching?
Shout out to my team. I mean, I think they all played super well, and it's really fun playing with these guys when we are playing, communicating well and just playing together. It's really fun. Looking forward to playing Dog next week. I think they're way overconfident. It's going to be a lot closer to a series than they're expecting. I think Stunna is a complete passenger plat jungler. He's just been getting carried by his bot lane and his mid. But I think we match up pretty well against them, and I'm happy to rematch them with this roster versus who we played with week 1. So.
Absolutely. Well, of course, thank you so much, Rutledge, for the interview. We absolutely appreciate it, and we always love the smack talk. So, hey, Dorado, watch out. You better be prepared for CB Rush coming up for the uppercut from the lower bracket. But to everybody in chat, thank you so much for watching. To Oshi, my wonderful color caster, thank you so much for casting with me. And to our wonderful producer, Daddy Zillion, stepping in today. Had a phenomenal cast today. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you to Flay. Thank you to production. We always have to thank them.
Flay.
But that will be it from us for tonight. Actually, you know what? Don't thank Flay. All right. He ran a who won draft poll that stopped me from actually being able to do my pick'ems, from doing my gamble on game number 1. So you know what? Don't thank Flay. But that being said, that'll be it for us for tonight. Thank you so much. Be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.